I'm calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, the Chair of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Monday, April 25th, 2022. The time is 12:11 in the afternoon, and this hearing is being conducted virtually live via the Zoom video conference broadcast platform. It's also being broadcast live on the chairman's website, which is www.chairmanmendelson.com/live. And I'm not sure if it's being broadcast live or it just will be available on the council's website, which is www.dccouncil.us. The subject of this hearing is two nominations for appointment, nominations by the mayor for appointment. PR 24-557, Zoning Commission, Anthony Hood, Confirmation Resolution of 2022, which would reappoint Mr. Hood to the Zoning Commission. And PR 24-576, Board of Zoning Adjustment, Loretta John, Confirmation Resolution of 2022, which would confirm the nomination of Loretta John for reappointment. The Zoning Commission is charged with preparing, adopting, and subsequently amending the zoning regulations and zoning map in a means not inconsistent with the comprehensive plan for the national capital. The Zoning Commission also considers a variety of zoning cases such as planned unit developments, campus plans, and may consider sua sponte Board of Zoning Adjustment cases. The Board of Zoning Adjustment is an independent quasi-judicial body with the ability to grant relief from the strict application of the district zoning regulations in the form of a variance, or to grant special exceptions where authorized under the zoning regulations. The BZA also may hear appeals from actions taken by the zoning administrator being in the Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs. The purpose of this hearing today is to receive testimony from government public witnesses as to the fitness of these nominees for reappointment. That is Mr. Hood for reappointment to the Zoning Commission and Ms. Loretta John for the Board of Zoning Adjustment. The record in this matter will be open until 5 p.m. on May 2nd. That again is not the 2 weeks we customarily do, but aren't required to. The record will close at 5 p.m. on May 2nd. We have quite a number of witnesses. And I think what I will do is, hold on just a second. I'm going to break the witness list in half. So the first half will come in and then the second half. Alejandra Jolodowski, who's with the Brooklyn Manor Coalition. Oscar Medina. Christopher Williams, who's with the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition. Katie Lang, who's an organizer with the Brooklyn Manor Coalition. Minnie Elliott, who's president of the Brooklyn Manor Brentwood Village Resident Association. Reverend Dr. Loretta Houston, who's a board member of the Brooklyn Manor Resident Association. Cheryl Bronson, who's treasurer of the Brooklyn Manor and Brentwood Village Resident Association. Chris Otten, who's with DC4RD as a co-facilitator. Paulette Matthews, who's vice president of the Berry Farm Tenants and Allies Association. Parisa Noruzi, who's executive director of Empower DC. Mati Leroy Thorpe, who's president of the Shaw East Central Civic Association. Sandra S.S. Sievers, Renee Bowser, who's an ANC commissioner with 4D02 and also with Empower DC and the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition. Nick Deladon, who's with the DuPont East Civic Association, Civic Action Association. Margaret Dwyer, who's with the Ward 3 Housing Justice. Ken Diggs, Lorenz Wheatley, Shirley Ribbon Smith, who's president of North Woodridge. The witness list doesn't give the full name. I think that's North Woodridge Civic Association. Holly Mohammed, who's an ANC commissioner on ANC 8A. and Anthony Muhammad, who's chairman of the 7th District Citizens Advisory Council. Each witness will have 3 minutes. And I want to thank you in advance for being willing to testify. If you're in gallery view, you should be able to see the timer in the top row of your screen. And as I said, you'll have 3 minutes. So we'll begin with Alejandra Jolodowski.
Thanks so much. Hi, my name is Alejandra Choldowski, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Brooklyn Manor Coalition and in support of the Brooklyn Manor Brentwood Village Residents Association. As an advocate for racial housing justice in the DC area, I want to emphasize, like many others will today, that over the past 20 years, there has been approximately 60,000 Black residents and families displaced from DC. Brooklyn Manor is currently facing the same threat due to the actions of the Zoning Commission over the past 8+ years. It started in 2015 when the Zoning Commission approved Mid-City's first stage of PUD application and called it a transformative project that will benefit the existing Brooklyn Manor residents and members of the surrounding community. According to the Washington Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights and Urban Affairs, this quote-unquote transformative decision will lead to the displacement of 149 families, which make up around 59% of the families living on the property. Not only are the displaced households with 5 or more people already at higher risk of homelessness, family support structures, including access to jobs, nearby social service related programs, and our children's local schools are completely disrupted or dissolved. A 2019 study requested by Councilmember McDuffie and performed by DEMPED validates this concerning findings. In 2018, the Zoning Commission approved one of Mid-City's second stage PUD applications unanimously. Though through this approval, Mid-City is promising more senior units than needed, leaving many non-senior residents without a home. And for those non-senior residents who are lucky enough to find a home, they will be broken up from their senior family members. Ms. Elliott, the president of the Brooklyn Manor Residents Association, asked Mid-City to work with her to obtain money from the DC Housing Production Trust Fund to keep all 535 units affordable at their current bedroom sizes. She was quoted last year in the Washington Post stating that, quote, when the Brooklyn Manor planned unit development came before the Zoning Commission, hundreds of us showed up to oppose the plan. I testified that it could be a win-win, provided that the existing 535 units were maintained at current size and subsidy in exchange for the lucrative density increase. Instead, the Zoning Commission sided with Mid-City, refusing to even require, and quote, no displacement, end quote, pledge. We had no choice but to file a lawsuit appealing the commission's decision. The Court of Appeals sided with the developer and the district to greenlight our displacement. This shows how disposable poor Black and brown people are under the current policy, end quote. Under the current leadership, the Zoning Commission has been dismissive of impacted residents and deferential to developers during the hearing process and perpetuated structural racism by failing to assess project impacts on low-income residents. I urge the council to vote no on Anthony Hood and other nominees who will continue the city's status quo of Black displacement. Instead, I urge you to call on the mayor to choose candidates with demonstrated experience advancing equitable development, racial equity, and deeply affordable housing. Due to the lack of gender and geographic diversity in the Zoning Commission, the council should prioritize Black women in wards 7 or 8. Thanks.
Thank you. Oscar Medina. I'm not sure he's here. Christopher Williams. Is Christopher Williams here?
I am. Thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Christopher Williams. I'm a member of the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition, and I'm here today to testify in opposition of the reconfirmation of Anthony Hood to the DC Zoning Commission. I will largely reflect my remarks on the poor performance of Mr. Hood and the Zoning Commission with respect to design review, but I support the opinions of many that oppose his reappointment along the lines that his poor leadership is characterized by forms of racial violence against African Americans in the District of Columbia in terms of gentrification, and that it is incumbent upon DC Council to interrupt the status quo. Moreover, the acquiescence among the members of the zoning commission is very troubling. Acquiescence to developers and to the Office of Planning, which the Attorney General has recognized that they have proceeded really with intent, and that intent is really racial in nature. I would like to use the remainder of my time to speak to the importance of the Zoning Commission and Mr. Hood to ensure that their decisions are not inconsistent with zoning regulations. In fact, their performance and designation of design review is a blatant disregard for their own regulations. Based on DC municipal regulations, the Zoning Commission regulations could not be clear regarding the purpose of design review cases. It, quote, allows for special projects to be approved by the Zoning Commission after a public hearing and a finding of no adverse impact. Multiple projects in Southwest and the city have received this designation without a public hearing to assess impact, much less a finding of no adverse impact. So let me be clear. A finding of no adverse impact must be established prior to the designation of design review. The Zoning Commission is not doing this, even though it is very clear in the letter of the law that this is what must be done. In fact, in the development at 4th and South Capitol in Southwest, Anthony Hood recognized adverse community impact on a design review case. That impact, of course, was to Southwest, related to gentrification, related to displacement, and compelled the developers to add affordable housing. So if he recognized—
You're over your time.
Thank you.
I'm at a disadvantage because I don't have a copy of your statement. If you could provide that.
Yes, not a problem.
Thank you. Katie Lang. I believe she's not here. Minnie Elliott. Minnie Elliott. Miss Elliott, I see your name on the screen, but you're not unmuting or turning on your camera.
Can you see me now?
I can see you and hear you. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you for having me to speak on this matter. My name is Minnie Elliott, and I'm the president of Brooklyn Manor, Brentwood Village Resident Association in Ward 5. I have lived at Brooklyn Manor over 20 plus years. I oppose Anthony Hood reappointment to the DC Zoning Commission. Mr. Hood has rubber stamped hundreds of development projects, including at my home, Brooklyn Manor, that have directly contributed to the displacement of many Black families. Also from Black families from all over DC for the last 20 years. He has turned his back on us and sided with developers. At Brooklyn Manor, he rubber stamped the developer's plan without requiring them to bring back hundreds of affordable family units and approves $47 million in taxpayer dollars. Mr. Hood and the zoning commissions did not come up with a way to hold the developer accountable for minimizing displacement. They're allowing it to happen. Also troubling to me is that Mr. Hood referred to the Office of Planning, which carried out the mayor's development agenda, and he failed to uphold key mandates in the comprehensive plan. The council must vote no to Mr. Hood. I also oppose him because I think he's too personally involved with the developer here at Brooklyn Manor. I have known him quite a while, and I know now that he has associated with them. And in the past, I felt like he had played a part in helping them to tear down some of these places. I definitely voted against him.
Thank you, Ms. Elliott. Reverend Dr. Loretta Houston.
Hello. Sir, can you hear me?
I can hear you and see you, although it's sort of the top of your head, unless you want to lower the camera.
Okay. Okay, well, you could just hear me because that's the best I can do. I move the camera at the same time.
That's fine.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Reverend Dr. Loretta J. Houston, and I am a board member of the Brooklyn Manor Resident Association in Northeast Washington, D.C., where president is Minnie Elliott. I've been working with the Resident Association for about 15 years. And during my time at the Brooklyn Manor Resident Association, I've had the opportunity to come before Mr. Anthony Hood on several occasions concerning different matters pertaining to the Brooklyn Manor community and other communities around Washington, D.C., where affordable housing is a major problem and families are being displaced. Even though Mr. Hood has been in position to have made some kind of history concerning these matters, he has not. But he is a major part of history where over 60,000 low-income Black and people of color have been displaced. We can go even further than that, saying that poor people, period, are being displaced under his watch. We, the people, feel strongly that it is time for a change, starting from the top. Mr. Hood should not sit in the seat that has been sitting for over 25 years, well, since 1998. He has had his hands in some kind of pot somehow. It does not seem that Mr. Hood has his hands touching the pulse of the people that he is supposed to be representing. It appears that he has chosen to represent big business, for they always seem to come out on top, the developers. Well, when are we going to start to develop people, care about people? Man can continue to build buildings that only a few can afford. Their investments will fall eventually, because in real life, until they stop and help build up the people that will be living in their buildings will not stand the test of time. For things must be built on a solid foundation in which people, they want to live in their buildings, they must have the solid foundation in order to stop being displaced or placed from place to place. He has not held the developers accountable, because when we at Brooklyn Manor had a hearing with him, in that hearing, the outcome was that the developers was to establish a job history within the Ward 5 community and not train them and give them a living wage. So I say to everyone, let's give someone else a chance to develop productive citizens by getting developers who know and understand the importance, how important it is that they play a part and help people stay housed in the communities that they build in their community. We all must be the change we want to see in order for our communities to be humane. And that only occurs when we are ourselves showing humanity.
Reverend Houston, you're
sir.
over your time, Ms. Houston.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. God bless each of you.
Thank you.
All right.
Cheryl Bronson.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Cheryl Bronson, and I am a resident here at Brooklyn Manor. Not only am I a resident, but I am also the treasurer of the Brooklyn Manor Tenant Association. I've been living here at Brooklyn Manor 20 plus years, and I am pretty much, we all went down to the zoning to fight for our community, because this is the only community, this is the only place we know as home. And I went down there to fight because there was generations and generations of families here at Brooklyn Manor who had nowhere else to go. This is the only place they know as home. And we went before Anthony Hood and we poured our hearts out to Anthony Hood. We even had people at the zoning board, that was younger, as young as 10 and 11 years old, spoke before the board, spoke before Anthony Hood, and he listened to these kids. He still allowed them to tear down track 7. These kids stood across the street while they tore down the homes that they only know as homes, tore them down to the ground. Anthony Hood looked us in our face and said, this cannot be so. This will not be a go. And soon as we left the commissioner's office, we left Anthony Hood. Before we could get downstairs, he had already made up his mind to tear down track 7, to tear down Brooklyn Manor. And he's part of this. He was part of this community. He grew up here in Ward 5, and he allowed them. He turned his back on us. I will not vote Anthony Hood back in office because he let us down. We was one of the last urban developments here in Washington, D.C. And he did this with no remorse. He did this with no apology. He did this with no heart at all. He allowed them to tear our community down. If you want to see what Anthony Hood did to us as residents here at Brooklyn Manor, just drive through. The evidence speaks for itself. I will not vote Anthony Hood in. And if anybody hear my cries, if anybody hear my voice, just know Anthony Hood do not deserve to be on the zoning commissioner, not one more day, not one more minute, not one more second, because we don't know what else he's going to do by the minute, the second, the hour, or the day. Anthony Hood cannot be a zoning commissioner in Washington, D.C. ever again, not by my choice.
Thank you, Ms. Bronson. Chris Otten.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Notice went out in the register timely, but who reads that? The notice from your office, Mr. Mendelson, went out on this very important confirmation 2 days before the registration deadline, and only in English. And the hoops to jump through to sign up after indicating interest testifying, such as filling out your form and then ensuring I have a proprietary application on my computer or phone. Then I had to fill out another form. And we've come to find out today you're closing the record a week early on May 2nd, and you're only giving organizational reps only 3 minutes instead of 5. Pitiful. Interestingly, this experience with you matches that at the Zoning Commission. There are serious notice issues for all zoning hearings. You only get a notice if you live and own a home within 200 feet of any zoning project. I said own a home, and it's in English only. Renters are left out. Moreover, 200 feet, for example, might be 3 doors down from the project being proposed. We know these large-scale 90% luxury housing and retail projects clearly have an impact on surrounding neighborhood blocks wide, and this is noted in recent court cases where neighbors fought just to be heard, let alone when any equity in these projects or compensation for the massive disruption brought about by these projects, which are approved regularly without a blink of the eye, especially if no one from the community that has concerns about it is actually at the hearing. That gets back to the notice issues. My main point today is less about the personality, as it is clear Mr. Hood has willingly become a tool of any current administration to move these displacement projects forward. Rather, I point back at you, Mr. Mendelson, and this council, for that matter, anybody with eyes or people who read the census numbers. Why is any of this acceptable to you? How did 20 plus PUDs, major projects, get approved at Union Market with 6,000 new housing units and 1,000 new hotel units? And yet Mr. Hood and OP gave away all those air rights to private interests and brokered less than 10 family-sized affordable housing units. How is this acceptable to anybody on the council? Why is it acceptable that the mayor can decry Ward 3 as segregated and exclusive when Mr. Hood and the Zoning Commission have created whole cloth new neighborhoods that are newly segregated and exclusive as set by the very high prices of the homes and the units and the retail goods? This council should be very well aware that zoning, as is the Zoning Commission, the racial income gap between whites and blacks due to the long-time structural deficiencies and oppression in our society. 95% of all new units approved over the last 20 years under Hood's tenure are simply out of reach for most working people. Think Navy Yard, where 1 in 3 units sit empty according to AEOBA. Think the Wharf, where the Zoning Commission approved affordable housing at 120% AMI. That's $125,000 a year. And yet residents are demonized when they fight back, like in court. It is absolutely racist and classist to put down and ignore vulnerable communities pushing it back against displacement. Let me sum up here. People have put out that 60,000 Black folks have been displaced over the last 20 years. Enough is enough. We want real planning. And let me just conclude with this.
No, Mr. Otten, you're over.
We want the count. If I could
Mr.
just
Otten.
finish this with this one thought.
No, Mr. Otten,
We want the
have
council.
we have 40 witnesses, and everybody was told you have 3 minutes, and you've been able to look at the clock, and so you would know that your time had expired over almost a minute ago.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Otten. Paulette Matthews.
No.
I believe to unmute yourself on phone, star 6.
Hello,
Yes, we can hear you.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I have to turn my volume up as well. But anyway, my name is Paulette Matthews, and I am a former resident of Ward 5, but my last address was at Bury Farms, 1257 Stevens Road. I know we're talking about Mr. Hood at this time, but actually you and quite a few other officials should be removed. And I don't know if it's because of the history or the laws that are provided that make y'all feel that these unjust actions are justifiable. But when we spoke to Mr. Hood at Bury Farm zoning hearing, he told us that displacement and racial equity was out of the preview of the zoning commission. However, the courts found different. At his last hearing on rezoning, Mr. Hood repeatedly said that he wanted residents to return, but the actions of the board to rezone Bury Farms has not made that made that a reality. We need to change. We need changes on this board and other boards. There seems to be much displacement by the approval for redevelopment they have approved. And I have been a victim of that along with many of my neighbors at Bury Farms and other projects from the past before we even got to redevelopment of Bury Farms. The history has been, it's a shame that y'all are still continuing to do this. He's not the only one that should be removed, as I said before, you and others. I would like to see a change, perhaps a woman to serve on this all-male board. Y'all seem to rubber stamp things. We can come in there to all the hearings. We can protest. We can do all of these things. and y'all will still do what y'all do or say y'all would like for us to get home, but it might take 10 or 20 years, and then we might not make it due to the high price. And it's a shame that y'all continue to repeat this bad history. And maybe not only people need to be changed, maybe there need to be a way that these laws can be changed, because as long as they stay the same, and then sometimes y'all don't follow them, but as long as they stay the same, it gives you, you can feel justified in your actions when you can actually see around the world this domino effect, and it makes no sense, and there needs to be a change as soon as possible.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews.
Rubber stamp, Mr. Hood, along with yourself and some other people that's in these government official chairs and not doing, and y'all can see it each and every day. I don't know how y'all go to sleep.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews. Parisa Nurzi.
Hi, I'm here today to testify in opposition to the reconfirmation of Anthony Hood to the DC Zoning Commission. Mr. Hood has served on the commission since 1998, nearly 25 years. His tenure corresponds with the district losing 60,000 Black residents due to gentrification-related displacement. If stopping displacement is in fact a priority for the DC Council, the Council must disrupt the status quo and ensure new leadership on the Zoning Commission that has the expertise and ability to lead the district towards a more equitable future. Clearly, the issues of concern don't rest at Mr. Hood's feet alone. However, as the most tenured member and the zoning chair, he is in a position of leadership. During the oversight hearings, Mr. Hood repeatedly talked about his concerns about gentrification, the need for housing that is more affordable, and even admitted that for years, people have been adversely impacted. Yet these admissions are no consolation when under Mr. Hood's leadership, the commission has no articulated vision or plan to address these issues and exhibits total deference to developers and the Office of Planning. The Zoning Commission is meant to be an independent body and is to receive analysis from OP, but not to be under their direction. Instead, the Zoning Commission operates as just another arm of the administration's development apparatus. Okay, when someone serves a post like this one for 25 years, they become ingrained in the system and serve to perpetuate, not disrupt that system. They develop relationships with powerful development interests represented by high-paid attorneys who dominate the realm of zoning. They become distanced from the people they are there to represent. It becomes a monopoly, quote, the exclusive possession, control, or exercise of something. While community members and activists have been demonized for bringing zoning appeals, those actions were a result of Hood's own inaction. Yes, he says all the right things about affordable housing, but every time he votes with the developers and moves forward projects which perpetuate the conditions he claims to despise. It's almost as if we are expected to be comforted by the facade of concern alone and not question his actions because he was so nice and friendly about it. It disturbs me deeply when Mr. Hood admits, as he did at the oversight hearing, that while he talked about gentrification for years, he was, quote, told that wasn't in our purview. Someone independently minded, someone with vision, someone willing to disrupt the status quo wouldn't have given up that cause so easily. Hood also admits that it was the courts in the Berry Farm case that set the law straight. The Zoning Commission is in fact charged with considering the impact of gentrification and displacement. Imagine what might have been had Hood and the Zoning Commission done its job all of these years. But even now that Hood says the courts have set him straight, what is being done differently? Not much. The council doubled down with the amended comp plan requiring racial equity analysis. What has Hood done to implement this? He's again deferred to the Office of Planning for the analysis, an agency under the direct charge of the mayor who did not support the racial equity requirement to begin with. The Zoning Commission plays an important role in the development process. We need the DC Council to take your role more seriously with the appointment of these members. We call on the council to use your authority to usher in new leadership to the Zoning Commission that is representative of the needs of the district, more Black and brown people, women, people from Ward 7 and 8, and new voices with expertise in equitable development and racial equity. Vote no on Anthony Hood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Narusi. Marty Leroy Thorpe. You're muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, this be on Allah. I bear witness, no God except Allah, Prophet Muhammad, his messenger. Let me say good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Afternoon.
Let me first of all thank you for the years of service that you've served on the council. You've always been right there when I needed something. I also want to thank your staff. I think you have one of the most competent staff in DC government. You know, I'm really sick and tired of hearing all this white liberal, let's save black people rhetoric, when these are the same people that are not going out in the communities to deal with the crime problem or addressing their own people to put in policies and procedures to make sure that there's African American parity when it comes to development. Now, I've known Anthony for many years. When Mayor Sharon Pat Kelly tapped me to be her Community Patrol Support Office director at the Office of Constituent when she served in her first term, I met Anthony, one of the first Orange Hatters in Northeast. I had a Red Hat Patrol and still do have one. I pioneered that concept back in '88, and Anthony hit the street in '89. I know Anthony very well. I think the problem is that you have some of his colleagues that most of these people need to be taking their aim at in terms of correcting whatever type of challenge you have in terms of economic parity. And also you have to look at the mayor in terms of her appointing more people of color to the Office of Planning, the ABC board, and the BZA board. I think Anthony Hood is one of the fewest African-American people that we have that's male. He's married. You don't see him involved in any scandals. He's a role model for young black men because there's not a lot of black men in the mayor's administration that in leadership position where blacks can look out. There's a lot of women, but the young men need to see men in power and be able to see how to get things done. You don't see Anthony involved in any type of scandals in terms of getting contracts to his girlfriends. You don't see him going hanging out in clubs because he's a happily married man with children and grandchildren, and he's a role model. He's only one man on that commission. I don't agree all the time with that board, but Anthony gives black people an opportunity to voice their opinion. Opposed, you may put somebody white in there that may not even give you an opportunity to voice their opinion. You may need to look at the other board members that serve on there and start looking at what they're doing for black people. The only concern I have with that board is that you have people like or developers like Blue Sky Development. You have people like Smoot Development. These are black minority developers that's getting a lot of white money and not really putting money in the black community when they say they want to build houses. Look at parcel 42 at 7th and Rhode Island Avenue. I heard nothing from Scotty, from this guy named Scotty with Blue Sky construction regarding amenities for people in the community, particularly black people that need it. So I think you folks, brothers and sisters, be careful about these white liberals that's trying to taint you and be savior for it, because they're not our savior. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Thorpe. Sandra Seegers.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Sandra S.S. Seegers, resident of Ward 8. I'm here to support PR 24-557, Zoning Commissioner Anthony Hood Confirmation Resolution of 2022. I have been before Mr. Hood on several occasions. I find him to be attentive, fair, honest, and accommodating to those of us who do not quite understand the zoning regulations. He also tries to educate those who come before him. He does so without being biased. Understanding the regulations is not an easy task, which is why the commission has tutorials and handbooks. I have also sat through many hearings of others. It seems that many of those who come before the commission do not know the zoning regulations, or they do not understand them. It seems they believe that because they want something a certain way, the commission has the authority to do it, even if it violates the regulations. What the public needs to do is to try to have the regulations amended or stricken if they really feel they are not serving fairly. Some are going to say that Mr. Hood is personally the blame for gentrification. They too are disregarding the regulations that Mr. Hood must follow. There are other agencies that should be assisting residents when it comes to affording the housing and new developments, such as put more money in the Housing Trust Fund at Department of Housing and Community Development, provide suggestions at the Office of Planning that will accommodate low-income residents, insist that HUD issues more vouchers under the Housing Choice Vouchers Program, get the rental laws at the Rental Housing Commission more in line with low and moderate income residents, lower the AMI in the inclusionary zoning program, or amend the comprehensive plan for the national capital area to be more sensitive to low or moderate income residents. Mr. Hood does not regulate any of those. He merely regulates land and building usage. Mr. Hood has acquired the knowledge needed to continue as a commissioner, thereby changing him now would not be beneficial to anyone. I'm asking the council to reappoint Mr. Hood. And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mendelson, I heard somebody say 1998. That's how long you've been there. Are they coming after you next? So be careful what's going on. So please reappoint him. And these people need to go to other agencies to ask them to do what they're supposed to be doing to benefit the low income. That's not what that's not what his commission does. And get the laws changed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Seegers. Renee Bowser? I don't believe she's here.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. I'm going to pull up my testimony so that I can read it. Yes, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and all members and staff of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Renee Bowser, and I'm testifying today as a member of Empower DC, DC Grassroots Planning Coalition Steering Committee and Single Member District 4DO2 Petworth Commissioner. I'm testifying against the reconfirmation of Zoning Commission Chair Anthony Hood. I oppose the reconfirmation of Mr. Hood because he has crafted the Zoning Commission as a tool in total support of developers, no matter the cost to district residents in the path of development, with the result that tens of thousands of Black and Brown residents have been displaced from this city. I want to be clear that Mr. Hood and his Zoning Commission are not the sole architects of government-led displacement of working class and poor residents from our city, but the Commission's decisions have had substantial impact in making the district one of the most gentrified cities in the nation. The Zoning Commission is tasked to use independent judgment to analyze the law and the facts of zoning cases. The laws the commission must analyze include the comprehensive plan, small area plans, and laws pertaining to plan unit developments when PUDs are under consideration. The DC Court of Appeals stated in the Durant decision that the commission may balance competing priorities in order to evaluate whether a project would be inconsistent with the comp plan as a whole. The court described its function in reviewing Zoning Commission action is to assure that the agency has given full and reasoned consideration to all material facts and issues, but the court can only perform this function when the agency discloses the basis of its order by articulation with reasonable clarity of its reasons for the decision. Time after time, however, the Court of Appeals found that Mr. Hood and his Zoning Commission did not independently evaluate the evidence before him. Quite the opposite. The court found serious ground for concern that the commission's orders did not reflect careful and independent consideration by the commission of the findings and conclusions that the intervener, the developer, submitted. Instead, many times Mr. Hood's commission adopted nearly verbatim the findings and conclusions that developers submitted for consideration, sometimes even adopting almost all of the grammatical and typographical errors in the developer's proposed orders. Mr. Hood's commission followed the same practice of adopting nearly verbatim the developer's proposal in Barry Farm case. Equally disturbing, Mr. Hood and his Zoning Commission disregarded the various laws that must be considered in reaching a considered decision, including examining possible adverse impacts of PUD projects. Most striking is how Mr. Hood's commission handled the PUD process involving the residents of Barry Farm. The PUD process requires the commission to judge, balance, and reconcile the relative value of the project amenities and public benefits offered, the degree of development incentives requested, and any potential adverse effects according to the specific circumstances of the case. In Barry Farm, the far southeast southwest element said there had to be one-for-one replacement of the public housing units. Yet the developer proposed and Mr. Hood's commission approved the project, even though it would place 100 housing units off-site. Further, the Barry Farm small area plan called for 1/3 public housing units, 1/3 workforce units, and 1/3 market units. But Mr. Hood and his commission unanimously approved the PUD with a majority market rate units, claiming that such affordability levels were generally consistent with the small area plan. The court rejected the commission's reasoning that making a majority of the housing market rate was, quote, generally consistent with the small area plan's affordability mix of 1/3 market rate.
Ms. Bowser, your time has expired.
Is it? Okay, you have my testimony. I
Yes, I
just
do.
want to conclude to say, if I
No,
missed
you're
my
over
last.
you're a minute over
Okay,
your time.
no
Thank you.
problem. Thank you.
The next witness is Nick Deladon. Mr. Deladon.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Nick Deladon. I'm the president of DuPont East Civic Action Association, and I am a member of the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition. Today, I urge the council to reject Anthony Hood's reappointment as Zoning Commission Chair and advance the mandate for racial equity in DC development. Under Mr. Hood's 25-year tenure, the commission has rubber stamped hundreds of large development projects that have directly contributed to the displacement of nearly 60,000 Black residents from DC over the past 20 years and earned DC the title most rapidly gentrifying city. The Zoning Commission is a key decision-making body in development and land use. The commission is responsible for carrying out the mandates of the comprehensive plan in its development decisions. But while the council was debating the comp plan last year, Mr. Hood, in his capacity as zoning chair, wrote to this body urging passage of the mayor's proposed comprehensive plan amendment, asserting a backlog of cases at the zoning commission. He ignored the fact that he had before him an existing comp plan, and that was in fact the law of the land, and he ignored his obligation to apply the law of the land before the passage of the mayor's comprehensive plan amendment. It is a grievous ethical misstep for an agent of the executive branch of DC government to lobby the legislative branch when he should be impartial. It is an example why we urge you to reject his nomination. The comprehensive plan, we're fortunate that last year included a new office in the Council for Racial Equity. And we asked that the council request a racial equity impact analysis from your new Office of Racial Equity on Hood's nomination. Although confirmation resolutions are exempted, council rules allow members to request such an analysis on any matter under its purview. Further, we ask that the council call upon the mayor to nominate some Black women. It would be useful to have someone who was a resident of Ward 7 and 8 on the Zoning Commission. Thank you. Those are my remarks.
Mr. Deladon. Margaret Dwyer.
Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Margaret Dwyer, and I'm here on behalf of Ward 3 Housing Justice. We are a grassroots group organizing for affordable housing in Rock Creek West. And I'm sure you remember, Chairman, that we were very involved with you and with other council members in the effort to craft the amended comprehensive plan. And we're committed, as I think you are, to the implementation of the provisions within it to advance racial equity, prevent displacement, and include deeply affordable housing. And in particular, we believe that there can be no compromise on the requirement that all activities related to the plan be viewed and evaluated through a racial equity lens. And nowhere is this lens more important than in the Zoning Commission. I'm not going to repeat the statistics. We all know about the really horrific displacement of Black DC residents by development projects that have not been guided by a racial equity lens. So going forward, we need a zoning commission that demonstrates more independence from the Office of Planning and more commitment to applying a racial equity lens in all matters that come before it. We urge you and the entire council to call on Mayor Bowser to nominate people to the Zoning Commission with demonstrated experience advancing equitable development, racial equity, and deeply affordable housing. The council must vote no on any nominees without a history of demonstrated accomplishments in these areas. We also support the call to prioritize the nominations of Black women and folks who live in wards 7 and 8, as the commission currently lacks gender and geographic diversity. We recognize that Mr. Hood has served for only over 20 years on the Zoning Commission, and we thank him for his service, but we urge you to vote no on his nomination. We want to be clear that our objection is not personally aimed at Mr. Hood. We simply believe that it's time for a clean break with past policies that oversaw the displacement of so many Black residents and the gentrification of so many Black neighborhoods. It's time for new leadership at the Zoning Commission. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Dwyer. Ken Diggs? I believe Mr. Diggs is not here. Lorenz Wheatley?
I'm here, and good afternoon.
Proceed. Good afternoon.
Okay. On the reappointment of Anthony Hood as chair of the BZA, I'm opposed since over the last 2 decades and more, there has been a significant displacement of legacy residents, mainly Black and brown residents, due to the high density development and gentrification that the mayor and BZA in general, and Mr. Hood in particular, has shown little or no concern. As the sole pro se litigant and one of the many 200-footers against the PUD for the EYA development of the property at the Josephite Seminary, the BZA, in my opinion, took more interest in accommodating the developers for the sake of the new and prospective residents that have yet to come. The attorneys representing the BZA presented an argument against my concerns over gentrification as insignificant and moot, since that was a policy that was already an acceptable practice for so many years in this city. For the 31 years that I've resided in Ward 5, my sense of value as a Black city resident is further diminished as I'm seeing an increased attention and response from the city to the new gentry as they fill our neighborhoods as something extremely rare as my experience as a legacy resident. Meanwhile, on the EYA development of the Josephite Seminary, I only see non-DC contractors and workers working on the development as the development as the EYA is based in Bethesda, Maryland. Far too little or no employment nor citizen tax benefits for me and my community from this and other developments. Oh, except for the chair of my ANC, who should have been recused from weighing in on this particular PUD consideration, since there is, in my opinion, a conflict of interest, since that chairman is, I believe, also an appointed city official who is benefiting from a 6-figure salary. Shame on the leadership of this city and on Mr. Hood, in part, for leading this charge. That's the end of my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Wheatley. Where is the cemetery?
It's the seminary, the Josephite Seminary, across from what used to be Providence Hospital, which I understand EYA is now looking to develop that as well. They were on their board as a financial advisor, but what an opportunity for them to kind of see how they can maybe twist an arm or put a thought in their heads to sell the property, since they, EYA is all over the place developing. So here we go again,
Thank you, Mr. Wheatley. Shirley Riven Smith.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Councilman Medicine. How are you today?
I'm fine. How are you?
I guess I've been sitting here listening to a lot of this today, and it's really upsetting me. But I'm gonna stick with my speech for right now, but I'll finish it with something later. I live in Ward 5, and I'm president of the Northwestern Citizens Organization. I'm here this afternoon in support of Anthony Hood confirmation to the Zoning Commission. When I was young, our working families were friends and members of Greater First Baptist Church. Anthony Hood is still a member of Greater First Baptist Church as of today. I'm 80 years old, and I think Anthony Hood is in his 50s. The first time I had contact with him was when I moved back home to take care of my mother after my father passed. At that time, he was president of Woodbridge Citizens Association. I've lived and worked I had lived and was active in Ward 4 for almost 20 years and didn't know about the strong connections of Ward 5. Hood was very engaged and helped people, including me, move into the community to understand about the different organizations, including the ANCs. He encouraged me to get involved in my neighborhood and introduced me to neighbors and various community leaders. With his encouragement, I became Ward 5 ANC Commissioner in the early 2000s. Because he was raised in Ward 5, he knows the history of people and our neighborhoods. When I think of a person who's a pillar of character in Washington, D.C., Anthony Hood comes to my mind because of his honesty, respect and fairness to people, caring and showing responsibility to and for our community. Anthony Hood was born and raised in D.C. He is and has volunteered, worked, supported this community and city all his life. I strongly support Anthony Hood confirmation to the Zoning Commission. In my last minutes, I'd just like to say, there's something about the difference between working people and non-working people having a conflict about who people are and how the ownership. I own my house because I worked hard and paid for it. I have never owned an apartment, and I don't think affordable living, if you're going to live somewhere 30 and 40 years in affordable housing, something is wrong. Once your children get grown, you should have had an education, you should have gotten out of there. And your children, I was across the street in this neighborhood, so I know how they terrorized our community across Rhode Island Avenue. So I'm only saying they sold drugs, they're selling drugs, and they are killing people. So we're talking about decency. Let's talk about decency. It's nothing wrong with being poor, but it is something wrong with putting down people who have taken their time and got the education and taken care of and raised their children and support and respect each other. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Holly Muhammad. Holly Muhammad.
I'm sorry, I'm here.
Don't apologize. Yes, I can hear you. It's a little shaky, but I can hear you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Councilman. My name is Holly Muhammad. I'm an ANC Commissioner for Ward 8, ANC 8A. And I would like to thank you for this opportunity to support Mr. Anthony Hood, a longstanding, committed public servant for our community. I'm here to support the reappointment of Anthony Hood as the chairman of the Zoning Commission. I have appeared before Mr. Hood many times at the Zoning Commission. He is fair and balanced in his decisions. He has supported the maintaining of our Black communities as much as possible while being the sole voice on the commission in support of. No, we don't always get what we want, but Mr. Hood is one vote on the Zoning Commission. He is not the problem. The problem is the so-called smart growth proponents and smart growth policies that are being promoted by those on the Zoning Commission and our DC Office of Planning. The so-called smart growth policies promote gentrification and is a tool that city planners use in this city and across the country to eliminate Black people from the inner cities. The gentrification that is taking place in this city was planned and written long before Mr. Hood was ever appointed to the Zoning Commission. And there was not a man that looks like Mr. Hood at the table during the planning. Right. This gentrification that is hurting our city is by design, and we will not sit back and allow those that lack knowledge to lay the burden of gentrification in his lap. The council must vote yes to confirm to reappoint Mr. Hood as chairman of the Zoning Commission. Mr. Hood is a positive role model for our young Black men. Yes, I'm all in support of Black women being in positions of leadership in our city, but not at the expense of our Black men. A vote of yes for the only Black man in a leadership position on the Zoning Commission is a vote for racial equity in the District of Columbia. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And the next witness is Anthony Muhammad.
Peace be unto you, Councilmember Mendelson, and the rest of your staff and the members of your committee. I'm Anthony Muhammad, a third-generation Washingtonian. I've lived in every section of Washington, D.C. I've been involved with the community from public school to being an ANC award committee man, CAC president, etc. A little over 60 years. I've known Mr. Hood from day one on the zoning commission. Of his 24 years on the commission, yes, he should be reappointed. I asked Mr. Hood, why is it a liquor store on every corner in the Black community and a church right by? He said, it's all about zoning. This was the first time I found out how communities could be systematically blighted. So we invited Mr. Hood to our ANC meeting to educate the community on how old Ward 8 was zoned R5 and more influential communities were zoned R3. So Mr. Hood brought the Title 11 zoning regulation to show us how the height of the ceiling in your house to the height of the fence around your house is regulated by regulations from zoning. We had many community meetings where Mr. Hood was the only person from zoning that would come to our community meetings. We would have many late night meetings at the zoning hearings about projects that did not want to give the community a CBA, a community benefits agreement, that we worked through with Mr. Hood, help for free. Mr. Hood is an upright man and has done the best he could with the tools he has to keep the city moving in a progressive manner. There is not another person that has the knowledge of DC city zoning regulations more than Mr. Hood. Yes, reappoint Mr. Hood to the zoning commission. Thank you.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad.
Walaikum.
Give me just a sec. I just want to follow up on a couple of things. There was mention of a letter that Mr. Hood sent to the council regarding the comprehensive plan. I'd kind of forgotten about that, but when there was testimony about it, these were the facts as I recall them, and that is that the zoning commission asked that a letter be sent, and it had to do with impatience over the council acting on the comprehensive plan. As I recall, we had the plan before us for over a year. So the letter wasn't from him, it was from the commission itself. The other comment I just wanted to touch on was there was some criticism of the council giving only a couple days notice of this hearing. Ms. Neruzzi was notified by email 3 weeks ago, April 6th. It's not quite 3 weeks ago. The notice was filed in the register, I believe, on April 5th.
Who reads the register?
That's
everyone's interested.
Mr. Otten, if you know the business of the council, you can go to the council's website or you can read the register.
I was posted 2 days before
Dry and
registration.
boring, but Mr. Otten, that's where notices are required to be published. And
Posted 2 days before.
okay, well, Ms. Neruzzi was notified on April 6th. The fact is that if we didn't have this hearing, the resolution would be deemed approved. So we're providing an opportunity for public comment in lieu of it simply being deemed approved. And we're listening to all the testimony. I want to thank each of the witnesses for taking the time. I have to note that of 20 witnesses, only 7 submitted their statement. And if you want the statement included in the record, I remember that there was one individual that went over their time, and I don't have the opportunity to see the rest of her statement because it hasn't been submitted. So if you want your statements to be fully read and included in the record, you have to submit them. Again, I want to thank each of you. You can continue to watch the hearing, but we're going to admit the next 20 witnesses. Gene Stewart, who's volunteer with the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition. Robert Green, who's with the Alabama Avenue Tenants Association. William Jordan, who's with the Park Morton Equity Team. Shantae Hai, who's president of the Council of Park Morton. Mark Poe, who's friends of Bruce Monroe Park. Tony Duggar. Ethan Perk, who's a member of SURJ DC. Jean Mansell, Natasha Corley, Sakari Curtis, Reginald Black. Mr. Black is with People for Fairness Coalition. Commissioner Robert Vincent Branham, who's an ANC commissioner with ANC 5E08. Jeff Utz, who's representing DCBIA. Paul Tummons, who's a director, I think that's another word for a lawyer at Golston and Stores. Lloyd Jordan, Alma Gates, Cheryl Court, who's policy director at Coalition for Smarter Growth. Eleanor McCarthy, who's a principal at the Urban Partnership. Jeanette Mobley, Nolan Treadway. I said that as if there was another person, but the next person would be the nominee. Oh, I'm sorry, and Laura Richards. Let me just make a note. We'll begin with Ms. Stewart, Jean Stewart.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson,
Good afternoon.
council members and staff. My name is Jean Stewart, and I'm a 50-plus year resident of the Adams Morgan neighborhood in Ward 1. And I've been an affordable housing advocate for my community and for DC as a whole for over 20 years and have testified more than once at the Zoning Commission. And I'm asking today that you vote no on reconfirming Anthony Hood as chair of the commission. He has served for over 20 years, during which time he has consistently disregarded input from DC residents arguing for more racial and economic equity in housing and land use. The 2006 comprehensive plan required the Zoning Commission to make decisions not inconsistent with the plan. However, under Mr. Hood's leadership, the commission has consistently made decisions that instead just went along with projects by developers with no concern for the comprehensive plan, nor any real interest in the welfare of the city or of the majority of the residents. Instead, the commission's housing and land use decisions have contributed to this displacement of 60,000 Black DC residents and to pricing housing out of reach of working, low income, and senior citizens like me. And as you've heard, this has earned DC the title of most rapidly gentrifying city in 2019 and has contributed to making the city more inequitable racially and economically. Last year, the council passed an amended comp plan that calls for development that advances racial equity, prevents displacement, and includes deeply affordable housing. To meet this new vision of equitable development, we need new leadership on the Zoning Commission that shares this vision and is committed to housing and land use that benefits every resident, not just the affluent few. I urge the council to vote against approval of another term for Anthony Hood, who would continue the city's status quo of Black displacement, traditional Black and Brown community disruption, and of increasing the number of housing units priced far out of reach of ordinary residents. I believe he lacks commitment to the new guidance in the amended comprehensive plan. It is time for new leadership for the Zoning Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on this really important matter.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. Robert Green. I don't believe Robert Green is here. William Jordan.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and the council.
Afternoon.
My name is William Jordan, a 30-plus year resident of DC's Columbia Heights community, former PTA officer, ANC commissioner, activist, neighbor, husband, and father. I am one who has benefited greatly from the love and support of the network of Black families who once anchored my neighborhood. Today, that network of Black families, which formed the foundation of what should have been a Columbia Heights as a model of equity and racial equity, has been decimated. Decimated in large part to the actions and inactions of the Zoning Commission under Mr. Hood's leadership. Given my experiences in Columbia Heights, I am here to register my vote of no confidence in Mr. Hood's leadership, and I'm asking the committee to table the renomination until the following actions are completed. The Council's Office of Racial Equity completes a racial equity impact assessment on the last 20 years of Zoning Commission actions, Mr. Hood's role, and that of the Office of Planning. Upon the completion of the RIA, a public hearing be held on the RIA, Mr. Hood, and the Office of Planning, especially as it relates to PUDs, map amendments, and et cetera. The Zoning Committee, that the Zoning Commission completes and implements its racial equity lens and tools, and a public hearing is held on the implementation of that lens and tools. Today in 2022, Columbia Heights Ward 1 has become a model of inequity, racial and ethnic displacement. In the last 20 years, nearly 50% of Ward 1's Black population and supporting institutions have been displaced. The racial inequity and decimation of the Black family network today hangs as a badge of shame on my community and is due in large part to the Zoning Commission's broken PUD process, a process which is a martyr for the implementation of urban renewal, commonly known as Negro removal. The broken PUD process and system has today occurred and continues under the leadership of Chairman Hood. Below, I highlight 3 zoning cases that favor the commission and Mr. Hood's leadership. Zoning Commission 1611 and 1612, which are related to the Park Morton New Communities. And I say these cases will be the Dred Scott case of zoning. Also, zoning case 702, A, B, and C, which was the Donatelli project, in which they cheated the city out of affordable housing. They cut La Casa shelter in half. They got rid of family size units, all under the nose of the Zoning Commission. In case 1016, A, B, C, and D, which was on Georgia Avenue, which probably set a record for delays. But that same case was used to justify 1611 and 1612. So I'm gonna end by saying I will reaffirm my no confidence vote. I ask for those hearings, and whatever you have to do to figure out the rules to do what I suggested, you figure it out, because we have to deal with this issue of displacement, and Mr. Hood has to take the lead responsibility for it. You can't opt out.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you.
Shantae, hi.
Thank you. Thank you to the committee of a whole for the opportunity to speak today. I would like to state that my interactions with Mr. Anthony Hood have not been productive in recent years pertaining to Park Morton. The most recent action was during the Zoning Commission hearing, where Mr. Hood asked me and my team to provide a racial equity tool to the Zoning Commission, as they did not have one. That is according to Mr. Hood's recorded statement. My team and I worked diligently to complete and provide this racial equity tool, only for Mr. Hood to completely ignore it and side with the plans of Holland and Knight. This truly that I believe is ultimately means the displacement of Park Morton residents at the hands of Mr. Anthony Hood, the Deputy Mayor's Office for Planning and Economic Development, Mayor Muriel Bowser, the New Communities Initiative, Councilwoman Brianne Nadeau, Ward 1 ANC Michael Ray, and the chairman or our foreman, I don't know, Chairman ANCA Kent Bass. How can we close this wealth gap if we continuously do the same actions with the same people that are allowing this? On August 16, 2021, the news report on MSNBC showed that there is a $1.6 trillion revenue gap for small Black-owned businesses and a wealth gap of $220 billion between white and Black families. Removing Mr. Anthony Hood will assist with moving forward with closing this gap with the right person in the position. I asked the committee of a whole, what is the purpose of the citizens of this city asking for what they want in their communities only to be ignored? What is the purpose of this? What purpose does this committee serve to this city and its citizens if you completely ignore what we want provided to us when we ask you? Why put us through the painstaking process of creating such a useful and workable plan for it to be ignored by the people who want to gentrify this city? Explain to me how citizens of this city, from young adults to seniors, continue to attend these meetings and express the disdain, disapproval, and lack of care that this city has begun to show more rigorously against the disabled, low-income, senior, and working-class citizens. Even now, rent is so high that one of our Park Morton seniors, who is 74 years old, has been vouchered out of our community and has to continue working to make ends meet. And this is absolutely unacceptable. And as I close, who are you actually working for? Because it's certainly not the citizens of this city. If we've been asking and pleading for your help, elections prove to be our time that our voices can be heard. Since you're the committee of a whole who doesn't want to hear our voices now, the elections box will count later. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hyde. Mark Poe. I don't believe Mr. Poe is here. Tony Duggar. Mr. Duggar?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so good afternoon. I'm Chairman Middleton. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Mr. Anthony Hood's confirmation hearing for the DC Zoning Commission. My name is Tony Duggar, and I am a lifelong Washingtonian who grew up in Ward 5, where I received my my secondary education. And I stayed here in the District of Columbia to complete my college education. I served my community during the 80s and 90s as ANC commissioner and civic leader. For many years, I worked in the DC's nonprofit sector, where I advocated on behalf of children and families. And today I'm a proud employee of the district government. I share this history because it is in this capacity that I know Mr. Anthony Hood in his professional as well as community work. He has served on the Zoning Commission since 1998. And during his tenure, he has heard over 1,500 zoning commission and board of zoning adjustment cases. He has used this opportunity to implement the new phases of the inclusionary zoning regulations, particularly in areas that were not previously required to provide affordable housing. He has approved projects with hundreds of affordable units. 78% of units were approved at 60% average median income or below. And he was doing this over the last 6 years. Additionally, he encouraged lower AMIs between 60 and 50%, and 34% of those units were approved. Therefore, Mr. Hood's record, Mr. Chairman, reflects his commitment to the residents of the District of Columbia. He's also, it's important to note, made ANC participation a priority. Under his leadership, training and extensive outreach initiatives have increased. And as a result, the community has had greater access to the zoning commission. It is important to note, Mr. Chairman, that Mr. Hood is hyper-focused on outcomes of the commission and how those outcomes reflect the work of the commission. He has implemented a racial equity approach to the work of the commission to ensure that their efforts are measurable along equitable lines. And outside of these accomplishments on the zoning commission, I just want to say that Mr. Hood has served in Ward 5 communities for nearly 40 years. He was the former president of Woodbridge Civic Association and was recently voted into his current position as president emeritus. He also serves as a board member of the Started Baptist Church and a lifelong deacon of the Greater First Baptist Church of Washington, D.C. He's stable. He has shown tremendous presence in the community. He's been married for 33 years. He is a 30-year exemplary employee of the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, where he works as a printing officer. In the community, Mr. Hood is well respected by the old and the young alike. He is a father, grandfather, brother, father figure, mentor, advisor, and friend. But most importantly, he is an experienced leader that the district needs on the zoning commission. Mr. Hood will continue to exhibit the balanced thinking and insight necessary, Mr. Chairman, to manage the competing interests of the DC Zoning Commission.
Mr. Duggar.
I say to you, confirm Mr. Hood, and thank you for your confirmation.
Thank you, Mr. Duggar. I'm told Robert Green is here by telephone. If you hit *6, you will unmute yourself. Mr. Robert Green?
Okay, thank you. This is Robert Green. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mendelson. Dear committee, I, Robert Green, believe that Mr. Anthony Hood does not serve the underprivileged people of this city with his policy of deciding in the favor of the rich developers that have come to the city, displacing lower income residents of DC. He continues by rounding up and having us set out of the city, place in encampments in St. Mary's County to live like a cattle. He has no feelings for the lower class citizens, just his pockets that are filled by these developers. If he was born 75 years ago, he would fit in perfectly with Hitler's plan to a clean Germany, because that is what he is doing in the city of DC. Doing with his policy of getting rid of affordable housing, to remove the poor from this city, to make this city as great as Rome was under Caligula, Commodus, and Nero. He is truly a champion of the rich developers. When I testified about the things that Jeffrey Griffiths and Sanford Capital was doing to us in Congress Heights, unlikable or unlivable conditions, after my testimony, the lawyers of Mr. Griffiths and Sanford approached Mr. Hood, spoke to him. He returned to the lantern and said he decided that Congress Heights should be given to Mr. Griffith and Sanford to go ahead to start their plans of luxury buildings. And the people that live there, hey, that they should be sent wherever. Mr. Hood has no concern to the old leaders of the late, or fact, I meant to say that he is like the old leaders of the city of Chicago in the early 1920s and 1930s under Al Capone. That all he's current about is my time up?
Yes, you're half a minute over.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Mendelson, but Mr. Hood should not be running the thing. Bye.
Thank you very much. And please submit your statement. Ethan Perk is next.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Ethan Perk. I live in Ward 3, and I'm speaking on behalf of Surge DC. Surge DC is a chapter of Showing Up for Racial Justice, a national network of groups and individuals organizing white people for racial justice. Community organizations and the council have worked hard to develop a new comprehensive plan that would stem displacement and promote development that is more equitable. The Zoning Commission is a key decision-making body, and we need leadership that will carry out what the council has worked so hard to build. Leadership that can also forge a path that follows Mayor Bowser's plan to create 12,000 new affordable homes by 2025. At the rate we're going, that number might never be reached. In the past 25 years, we've had one development project after another create mostly market rate, small unit apartment buildings that have ignored the growing need for affordable housing. As many have said, the over 60,000 Black residents have been displaced and by development projects that have not been guided by a racial equity lens. And many of those residents were from families who have lived here for generations. I want DC to be one of the best cities in the nation. Attracting high tax-paying gentrifiers has been the go-to plan for years. I know a city needs money, but money can't be the only thing we strive for. The soul of a city and treating its citizens with respect are also what make a city great. Please withhold the approval of any candidate who keeps up the status quo of driving Black residents out of the city. Ask Mayor Bowser to appoint new nominees who could bring experience in advancing equitable development, racial equity, and deeply affordable housing. I also support the call to bring gender and geographic diversity to the Zoning Commission. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Perk. Jean Mansell. I don't believe she's here. Natasha Corley. I'm not sure that she's here. Zachary Curtis. I don't believe he's here. Reginald Black. Reginald Black.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I can see you as well.
All righty. One second. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Reginald Black. I am a native Washingtonian, Ward 4 resident, and the Executive Director of People for Fairness Coalition. The People for Fairness Coalition, PFFC, is a group of homeless and formerly homeless men and women who have come together to fight for solutions that will address housing instability in the District of Columbia. Our mission is to end housing instability through our advocacy, outreach, and peer mentoring. We believe in a right to housing for all District of Columbia residents. To secure that the right to housing for all district residents, the District of Columbia needs to put weight in decisions and matters of zoning that must be reflective of policy that advance racial equity and advance housing affordability. To that end, I urge you to reconsider confirming Mr. Hood for the Zoning Commission. It is clear that community-led initiatives like the ones represented here today should have had clear consideration in matters of zoning. Some of these decisions over the recent years have not fully been explained, nor have they considered the impacts of displacement and the reductions in affordable housing. An example of this is the continued and unaltered destruction of public housing, Section 9 public housing units in the District of Columbia. In these particular cases, action step from the comprehensive plan H-1.4E, additional public housing, comes to mind. It states for the district to support efforts by DCHA to create 1,000 additional units of public housing by studying need and developing strategies to meet those needs. This action is contingent on available funds and those types of things. The properties of Berry Farm, Park Morton, etc., their zoning decisions clearly do not state this action step, nor has the commission produced written evidence of how to achieve the net gain of 1,000 units of public housing within these projects. Residents have only been told they have a right to return. These decisions are not adequate enough to explain where the city has progressed with action step in the housing element H-1.4E. Another disturbing fact is that zoning commission decisions have contributed to the exacerbation of our housing crisis by not factoring in current stock and having data related to how the city addresses vacant rental units. In 2020, it was discovered that the District of Columbia had 10,000 vacant rental units in the city, of which Class A were some of the highest vacant. In 2021, that number jumped to 19,000 or so units. These numbers are not made up. They come from the Chief Financial Officer's Economic Trends Report, which tracks such data every 1 to 2 months. Today, as we speak, there are currently 13,487 vacant units, of which 13.4% of these vacant units are Class A. Zoning decisions with no clear focus on impacts, including economic and revenue, contribute to these facts. During the update to Homeward DC 2.0, it was discovered that roughly 10,000 or so residents touch the homeless services system, which make leadership in zoning important. Those leaders must consider homelessness, they must address displacement, and make sure that harm in the communities are repaired. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Black. And I have a copy of your statement. Commissioner Robert Vincent Branham.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I am Commissioner Robert Vincent Branham. As I present my testimony on Mayor Bowser's nomination of Mr. Anthony Hood for reappointment to the Zoning Commission, I am reminded of the words in a powerful gospel song, "Just as I am, without one plea, but that my blood was shed for me, and thou bidst me come to thee. O Lamb of God, I come, I come." Mr. Chairman, I come here today just as I am, not only as a commissioner, but also as a friend of the Honorable Anthony Hood. I come today with a plea for the approval of Mr. Hood's confirmation to the Zoning Commission. I will not recite or repeat the righteous qualifications of Mr. Hood because they are known to you and to others. However, let me proclaim to all within the hearing of these words. Mr. Hood has shared his community service blood of residents of the district. I have testified before the Zoning Commission. There have been comments and statements made against Mr. Hood today which do not describe or reflect the man I know. I state clearly and for the record, neither I nor Mr. Hood take a backseat to anyone in the fight against racial injustice, racist gentrification, and displacement. This is not mine nor Mr. Hood's community service legacy and mission. As a member of the Zoning Commission, Mr. Hood has been thoughtful, transparent, and open to the public's concerns. Mr. Hood weighs his decisions carefully as he believes them to be in the best interest of the people of the district and in accordance with his rules and laws. Any assertion Mr. Hood is insensitive to zoning issues related to gentrification and displacement is wrong. Let me add, Mr. Hood comes at this time of his service on the commission, rich in awareness, experience, and with an exemplary reputation. Mr. Hood rises with citywide community adoration and respect for elevating service to the people of the district. Mr. Chairman, I say again, I come at this moment just as I am, biased against racism, bold in my opposition to bigotry, a marcher in the struggle against discrimination, but proudly, unapologetically in support of DC statehood, and without hesitation, reservation, and as a friend, in strong support of the nomination of Mr. Anthony Hood to serve on the DC Zoning Commission, for he has done great things. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Branham. Jeff Utz.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, and staff. My name is Jeff Utz. I'm a member of the Board of Directors at the DC Building Industry Association, DCBIA. I'm also a partner at the law firm of Goulston and Storrs. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify on the nominations of Anthony Hood for reappointment to the Zoning Commission and Loretta John for reappointment to the Board of Zoning Adjustment. DCBIA is pleased to voice its strong support for both of the reappointments before the committee today. We are also pleased that both the chairman and Ms. John have offered to continue their service to the citizens of the district. Regarding Chairman Hood, Chairman Hood has dutifully served on the Zoning Commission for over 20 years, and he has been chair of the commission for the majority of that tenure. Throughout his years of dedicated service, Chairman Hood has exemplified what it means to serve the public and the district as a whole. He works diligently to ensure that the commission's review of the matters that come before it is conducted in a fair and even-handed manner for all stakeholders, that all voices have an opportunity to be heard, and that all proceedings are in accordance with the Zoning Commission's rules and applicable statutes and regulations. Under the chairman's stewardship, it is assured that the commission will conduct its business in an orderly and open manner. Chairman Hood is careful to ensure that the rights of all participants are appropriately protected and that the commission's decisions are based on due consideration of all the information and evidence before it and the relevant legal standards, including ever-evolving case law and updates to the zoning regulations themselves. Chairman Hood is a staunch advocate for the public interest and participation in commission proceedings. In particular, he maintains an ardent commitment to community outreach and engagement. Chairman Hood also, importantly, is purposeful in working to foster a collegial environment on the commission that ensures open, robust debate and the exchange of views in reaching decisions. He shares his views freely and listens intently to the views of his fellow commissioners and those of the public, making the commission a forum of reasoned decisions in an environment of mutual respect, even in difficult cases where views can differ greatly. His years-long leadership on the commission has been a true gift to the district and its citizens, and DCBIA wholeheartedly supports his continued service in this capacity. Regarding Ms. John, DCBIA is also pleased to support Ms. John's reappointment to the board, where she has served since 2018, including serving as vice chair for a portion of that tenure. During her time, Ms. John has been an important, steady, conscientious presence on the board. Her diligent, consistent, and careful review of the full spectrum of projects that have come before the board have contributed greatly to the important work the board does in reviewing applications and appeals. Her presence on the board ensures that the board's review of matters before it is thorough, even-handed, and in accordance with the legal standards that the board is tasked to uphold. Like Chairman Hood, Ms. John encourages and enjoys mutual respect among her fellow board members and the public, and that ensures robust engagement. Importantly, she constantly pursues thoughtful consideration of cases that takes into account the views of all stakeholders and relevant standards, along with the full extent of evidence presented in each case. In summary, on behalf of DCBIA, I would like to reiterate our strong and unqualified support for the reappointment of both Chairman Hood and Ms. John. The citizens of the district would be well served by their continued service in their respective volunteer roles on the Zoning Commission and the Board of Zoning Adjustment. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Utz. Paul Tummons.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Paul Tummons. I'm a zoning and land use attorney with Goulston and Storrs, and I've been presenting cases to Chairman Hood since his first term on the Zoning Commission in 1998. I am truly pleased to be here this afternoon on behalf of Goulston and Storrs to offer our strong and unqualified support for the reappointment of Anthony Hood to the Zoning Commission. I am also here to offer our heartfelt gratitude to Chairman Hood for agreeing to extend his long history of service to the citizens of the District of Columbia by continuing to serve in this very important position. Since 1998, Chairman Hood has provided exemplary service to the District of Columbia through knowledgeable and diligent evaluation of zoning and planning issues that come before the Zoning Commission. Throughout his distinguished career, Chairman Hood has championed issues of critical importance to the Zoning Commission and to the District of Columbia. These issues include enhanced commitments to the delivery of affordable housing, a commitment to making sure that all voices and opinions are heard in each and every case that comes before the Zoning Commission, and a commitment to balancing sometimes competing interests and contrary views. I'd like to take a minute to focus on each of these particular areas in which Chairman Hood's leadership of the Zoning Commission is of paramount importance. Affordable housing. Chairman Hood has been a leader in pursuing policies and taking actions that have increased the amount and quality of new affordable housing units in the District of Columbia. Chairman Hood has also acknowledged that there is more work to be done, and I have no doubt that he will continue to move forward policies and procedures that will most effectively create more affordable housing units throughout the district. 2, community input. Chairman Hood is particularly attentive to the vital role of the community stakeholders, whether they are ANC commissioners, community organizations, or individual members of the community, play in all actions that come before the commission. He is one of the first commissioners to raise community issues and to routinely require applicants to return to discuss these issues with community stakeholders prior to the commission moving forward with an application. 3, balancing competing interests and contrary views. Chairman Hood carefully considers all points of view and ensures that issues and concerns are fully addressed in a meaningful and enforceable way before making any decision. Chairman Hood pushes the parties to work collegially and cooperatively to resolve their issues themselves. This is critical because it is through that dialogue that resolution often results in long-term mutual collective action by the parties as neighbors and as peers. I will forever have imprinted in my brain Chairman Hood's encouragement to all applicants that come before the Zoning Commission to engage in quote unquote a good neighbor policy. Chairman Hood has always displayed his sincere commitment to making the district a better place to live, work, and play for existing and future residents. The citizens of the district, as well as members of the District of Columbia real estate development industry, will clearly be very well served with Chairman Hood's reappointment to the Zoning Commission. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Timmons. Lloyd Jordan. Is Mr. Jordan here? Who will be followed by Alma Gates? I see her here. Mr. Jordan? Lloyd Jordan.
Can you hear me now, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, I was just let in. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee. Thank you for allowing me to testify regarding Anthony Hood's nomination to the Zoning Commission. The Zoning Commission city members are volunteers. Being on the commission is not their job. Like the rest of us, they have to meet the regular life demands to provide for their family. But unlike the rest of us, a commissioner has to volunteer to take the time, the thankless job to be an adjudicator of the District of Columbia zoning regulations and laws. Most people do not understand the commitment and time requirement necessary to serve on the zoning board. Most people only know what they see in observing the actual zoning hearings. Being a member of the Zoning Commission or the Board of Zoning Adjustment, which I call zoning boards, is a time-consuming and it impacts your family, it impacts your real job and your freedom. The time to review one case is daunting. Many people are not aware that before a hearing date, the zoning board member or zoning commission member must read and understand the proponent's filings, their plans, their statements, their exhibits, their expert reports and amendments. Then they have to read the opposition documents, which might also include expert reports and other things. Then the Office of Planning, who's given great weight will report in and provide a long statement about where they think the project may be. And then on top of that, you got to read the report of other DC agencies like DDOT, et cetera. Great weight has to be given to the documents that are shared or input given by the ANC and what they might have in support. Then you lob into this whole scenario, parties that people who are granted party statuses for or against, and they'll submit expert reports or statements that have to be read, all before the hearing. Added to this, the statements of those other people who are not made parties, but who have an interest in the piece of zoning activity will submit statements that have to be read. On top of that, the zoning commission member or the board of zoning adjustment member must read the report of at the time, the Office of Attorney General or their attorney, who will analyze and then try to reshape all the discussion that's gone before. It's easy to estimate that 4 to 5 hours per case is put in per case by a zoning member. When I was on BZA, on the weekends, I would put at least 16 hours. My Saturdays and Sundays were gone, just trying to catch up to review the cases. And you can multiply this by at least double if you're a member of the zoning commission to get ready for the next week's docket. You know, now I'm going to have to deviate just a little bit from my prepared speech, which I have submitted, Mr. Chairman, but of the attacks upon Anthony Hood, which I take back. Anthony Hood is only 1 of 5 votes on that commission. He doesn't control it, he doesn't run it, he doesn't dictate it. 2 of the members that vote on that zoning commission are federal members that are not accountable to DC residents. I have been in a room, and I'm not talking about gossip, rumor, or what I think, where I have seen Anthony Hood pound the table and to fight and push issues for community-related issues like affordable housing. He may get outvoted, may get outvoted, or where he's able to get the commissioners to agree. I have seen the Office of Attorney General tell him that he's out of order. And the Office of Attorney General has probably placed more shaping into the rules and policies of the Zoning Commission than any other entity or government agency, where they are the ones who at the time prepared all the orders or advised the commission where the commission might have gone one way or the other. For these reasons, I think the commission the council should confirm Anthony's nomination. I can tell you many stories, and Anthony could tell you one about an older African-American woman who had been living in her place for 50 years, and she was getting a new DC person came in and filed a complaint with the zoning administrator and wanted to have to put $30,000 to take a structure down that her deceased husband had placed. Anthony is intelligent. Anthony came up because of his years of experience, knew there's a little tweak that we can find in the law where we could keep that woman in her place and be displaced. Anthony's intelligent, studious, courteous. He has the personality and character to be on the zoning commission. And I would just request that we support him. Thank you.
Thank you. Alma Gates.
Good afternoon. I am Alma Gates, a lifelong resident of Palisades. The Zoning Commission is tired. COVID has hastened its transition into what passes for a good old boys club. What happened to the robust discussions, the sharing of opinions, the basis for zoning decisions? It's become too easy for the commission to turn to the Office of Planning for opinions and solutions. If there's an issue with the meaning or application of a regulation, OP writes some new zoning text, which the commission rarely declines to accept. Anthony Hood has been sitting on the Zoning Commission for over 2 decades. He's a good man, a real human being. He cares about racial equity, gentrification, and issues arising from the community because he has roots in the community. For as long as I can remember, he has been the member of the commission who listens to the most affected voices, but listening is no longer enough. I support the reappointment of Anthony Hood to the DC Zoning Commission, despite the fact the commission needs a thorough review of its purpose and the strength to withstand mayoral pressure to get the job done. Mr. Hood, you need to get a backbone. You've got to set the direction and tone for the commission. Seek balance in zoning deliberations and decisions and start discussions rather than letting other voices drown out your opinion by going last. It's okay to vote no, even if you're in the minority. It's okay to ask ANCs to do their job and fairly represent their constituents. It's okay to tell developers they've got to do more than the bare minimum. You must lead the decision makers in the right decision. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for the opportunity to offer an opinion and support the reappointment of Anthony Hood to the DC Zoning Commission.
Thank you, Ms. Gates. Cheryl Court.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Cheryl Court. Please accept these comments on behalf of the Coalition for Smarter Growth. We're the leading nonprofit organization in the DC region advocating walkable, bikeable, inclusive, transit-oriented communities as the most sustainable and equitable way for the DC region to grow and provide opportunities for all. We wish to express our support for Mr. Hood's reappointment to the Zoning Commission. While we have not always agreed with Mr. Hood, he has always treated us and all those testifying before him fairly. He has navigated difficult situations as chairman, receiving criticism from all sides. I commend him for his efforts to maintain decorum and sense of fairness through Zoning Commission proceedings for all those involved in proposals that are sometimes contentious. Sometimes he might even be a little too accommodating to opponents of new housing and affordable housing, but he is judging the best way to conduct an official hearing where everyone feels heard. I respect that. I want to acknowledge that the entire Zoning Commission, including Mr. Hood, for their commitment to finding opportunities to use the development review and zoning process to yield additional affordable homes. Recently, the Zoning Commission has acted to expand inclusionary zoning to provide as much affordable housing as possible within the limits of the law. Also, Mr. Hood in particular asked applicants for deeply affordable housing, even of applicants who do not have the large public subsidies to pay for it. We appreciate his consistently raising the issue and hope that projects that do have the major subsidies needed to pay for deeply affordable housing will be given priority treatment by the Zoning Commission. With the comprehensive plan amendments now in place, thanks to the DC Council, Mr. Hood and the Zoning Commission are better able to use the comp plan to seek additional affordable housing benefits and ensure that affordable and mixed income developments, especially ones offering deeply affordable and affordable family-sized housing, are given priority. These actions meet our housing needs and address racial equity as demanded by the comprehensive plan. Serving on the Zoning Commission is difficult, time-consuming, and often a thankless job. We appreciate the thoughtful approach Mr. Hood has brought to the process. Even if we do not always agree with him, we appreciate his leadership as a respectful chair who always allows everyone to have their say while guiding hearings towards an efficient use of everyone's time. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Court. Eleanor McCarthy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. My name is Eleanor McCarthy. I'm a 38-year resident of the District of Columbia with a master's degree in planning, and I teach zoning and land use at Georgetown's Urban Planning School. I've submitted my testimony, so let me just skip to the highlights given the length of the hearing so far. In the approximately 24 years that I have known Mr. Hood, I have found him to be diligent, thorough, and fair. Truly one of the finest public servants I've worked with. One thing that has especially distinguished his service on the Zoning Commission, as you've heard, is his commitment to the community. As Ms. Seegers indicated and others, he has always been conscious of the fact that zoning can be arcane and inaccessible to people who do not practice land use professionally. And he leans over backwards to assist members of the community and general public and community groups to understand the rules and to make their positions known effectively. He has pushed developers presenting their proposed projects hard to increase their commitment to providing affordable units, and has joined with other members of the commission to be sure that new text amendments, such as those for penthouse structures, required contributions to affordable housing if any of the habitable space was used for remunerative purposes. Being a zoning commissioner is hard work. It takes dedication to slog through the enormous amounts of paperwork that commissioners must review. But Mr. Hood is always diligent and prepared. Last, Mr. Hood has years of experience on the commission, which some of your speakers today have suggested is a negative. But as you know, 2 of the 5 commissioners on the commission are federal appointees. In years past, they have sometimes had an outsized influence on the commission because their length of service gave them an institutional memory, allowing them to cite precedents and understand some of the more obscure aspects of land use law that mayoral appointees, who often serve no more than 1 term and sometimes less, may not be familiar with. Having a long-serving DC representative on the commission helps even the playing field and is one more reason I urge the council to confirm Anthony Hood to serve on the zoning commission. I'd also add, with respect to gentrification, that I find it ironic that people who have appealed zoning decisions, which would have resulted in hundreds more affordable units that would have helped reduce pressures for gentrification, are now suggesting that Mr. Hood is at fault for causing gentrification. But again, I urge your approval of Anthony Hood for the Zoning Commission. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. McCarthy. Jeanette Mobley.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, committee, and staff. I am writing to express my support of Chair Anthony Hood's reappointment to the Zoning Commission, which he has led so skillfully over the years. I have known Chairman Hood for over 30 years, and because of his outstanding character, leadership style that embraces everyone's opinions, his ability to weigh all the facts prior to making a decision, and his commitment to the community at large places him in high regard with the Washington community. He is quite often sought out when a chair or leader is needed on a community issue. Any accusation that Anthony is the cause of the District of Columbia's gentrification is baseless and ridiculous. There is no single person nor a single reason for the massive displacement of long-term district residents, especially Black residents. We know that one person, especially a Black man, is not responsible for gentrification. All branches of DC government have played a part, but gentrification is certainly not the fault of his. In fact, the opposite is true. We also know that Anthony has done many great things as a commissioner. We've heard earlier individuals saying that he has come out to ANC meetings to help them, to teach them, to educate them on the zoning process. Most importantly, Anthony has sought to reconfigure the AMI formulas that are fair to low and middle income residents. And he has sought to implement a racial equity lens on zoning commission cases. Mr. Chairman, we all know, as it's already been stated, that chairing an important board as this takes real commitments and cut into family time because of the amount of effort it takes to review the cases and associated documents prior to hearings. I also appreciate the testimony of Lord Jordan, who really spelled it out in terms of what Anthony Hood is up against as the chairman. So I thank Chairman Hood for his public service, and I wholeheartedly endorse his reappointment to the Zoning Commission. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Mobley. Nolan Treadway.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, council members, and staff. My name is Nolan Treadway. I am a Ward 5 resident, and I am testifying today in support of the nomination of Anthony Hood for DC Zoning Commission. I formerly served as an ANC commissioner in 5C07 here in the Woodridge neighborhood, serving 2 terms after being first elected in 2012. As ANC commissioner, I had the occasion to work with Anthony Hood in his capacity as president of the Woodridge Civic Association. Mr. Hood was a great leader for that organization and for our community. Shortly after being elected ANC, it was announced that Langdon Park would be the site for a new memorial to Chuck Brown. And while there was tremendous support for the concept of a memorial to Chuck Brown, those who were around at the time will recall there was some controversy about an amphitheater being included in the design. And I do certainly recall Mr. Hood being a calming influence in those discussions, and his leadership helped to reach a compromise design, which I think has proved very successful and well liked. And more recently, I served as co-chair of the Ward 5 ANC redistricting task force, of which Mr. Hood was a member. And here I got to see not only his leadership in meetings, but also witnessed his diligence and the care he puts into preparation. I'm not close personal friends with Mr. Hood, but I have spent a lot of time in the same room with him at community events and meetings in Ward 5. He's a valued member and leader in our community, and I'm grateful for his service on the Zoning Commission and all the ways he serves our shared neighborhood, ward, and city. And I just echo a lot of the comments I heard about him being very generous with his knowledge and his time with community groups or ANCs or whomever is interested in the issue. He really tries to break it down, and it's always been something I particularly respected about him. So I encourage you to support his reappointment to the Zoning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Treadway. Laura Richards. You're muted, Ms. Richards.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm appearing today on behalf of the Committee of 100 on the Federal City. After much deliberation, the Committee of 100 has decided not to join the drumbeat of voices calling for removing Anthony Hood from the Zoning Commission. In light of our oversight testimony during the past few years, the opposite view would have been justified and perhaps even compelled. During Mr. Hood's quarter-century tenure, he has presided over the displacements of thousands of low and middle income African-American households, the spoiling of significant portions of DC's distinguished row house architecture, and the regulatory capture of the commission by the zoning bar and the Office of Planning. Regrettably, Chairman Hood has presided over this outcome while sincerely lamenting displacement and while listening closely to DC residents. Empower DC accurately described him as the friendly face who always says no. Why then are we not opposing him? First, based on the current mayor's record of appointments to zoning authorities and other bodies, we are persuaded that any replacement will not be any less of a cheerleader for developers or any more sensitive to citizen concerns. Second, Mr. Hood is one of 5 votes, and replacing him without fundamentally restructuring the zoning operation and its mindset will accomplish nothing. The state of the commission is an institutional problem demanding institutional reform. We also note that the council itself actively contributed to weakening the commission. It purposely amended the comprehensive plan to allow unfettered development flexibility and simultaneously watered down the right to seek judicial review of adverse decisions. In addition, the council has exercised minimal oversight, notably brushing off Chairman Hood's improper status request regarding comp plan legislation, which impermissibly suggested a desired outcome. We have attached our March oversight testimony that describes some particular cases illustrating the systemic problems at the commission. Reforming DC's broken zoning function requires zealous commitment by the commission and the council. If Mr. Hood is reconfirmed, we hope, despite the past, he will lead the commission to regain its independence. It is universally agreed that everybody likes Anthony Hood. If he can summon the necessary zeal, he can draw on that well of goodwill to usher in an era of reform. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Richards. That concludes the testimony of this group of witnesses. I think I wanted to ask a couple questions of Mr. Jordan, and I'll leave it at that. Mr. Jordan, you testified that we should put off the vote on this resolution. And in addition, that we should request a racial equity impact assessment. With regard to a racial equity impact assessment, RIA looks at the effect of an act like legislative policy. And this is a resolution with regard to an individual. So I just wanted to note that, but delaying the vote, the law is quite clear that if we don't have a vote, he will be deemed approved. And we're not required to have a hearing, but we are having this hearing and giving an opportunity for folks to testify. And actually, I forgot to note this earlier, but the resolutions were introduced for both Mr. Hood and Ms. John in February. How do I not have those right in front of me? Excuse me, January 28th. So actually, they've been close to 90 days for folks to know about these. That wasn't the point that you made in your testimony, but I did want to note that the public's had 90 days to comment, roughly, on these nominations. But to delay a vote, which is what you asked for, would have the effect of passively approving these nominations. And I don't think that's what you want. But if you want to respond to what I just brought up.
So I guess my first response would be, it's always difficult, and I think zoning is a good example, is when the tools are really inadequate for people to use to achieve what we want to do. So I'm trying to use the tools that I understand to bring about justice. So the challenge here is not just Mr. Hood, as everyone has said, it's a system is which he is the head of or the chair of. And so my hearing wasn't just on his nomination alone, but included the Office of Planning and how the Office of Planning fits into all of this. So my goal is to use this hearing to address the larger issue. And I'm asking you as the chair to help me figure out how to do that. If delay won't satisfy, I think it will, because at least it draws attention that there's a problem here, that there's a serious problem here. So if he needs to be passively affirmed, let that be the case. But we have to use this opportunity to bring these issues to fore. He's the chair, and as I think other people have said, we need a stronger backbone, I think someone said. So it's not perfect. The situation is not perfect. I've heard of other nominations get held up and crushed. So I wasn't the one that formed this as a passive approval. So I'll leave that up to you all's expertise, but I think you have an understanding of what I'm trying to achieve here, is that we need to have this debate. We need to have it now, and it needs to be with this chair.
I'll just add, and then I'm going to turn to my colleague. If the issue here is the system, several witnesses had said that, and then Mr. Jordan, you just said that.
I said, well, let me be clear. It includes the system. So I'm an engineer by training. So I try not to use binary language here. Mr. Hood is part of a system. He has a role. OP has part of the system. They have a role. The commissioner.
I didn't mean for you to start up again.
I know, but I just wanted to make that point, because if that's the problem here, is the binary.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you.
If the issue is the system, there was a racial equity impact assessment done on the comprehensive plan, which did look at the system. Having said that, let me turn to my colleague, Councilmember Henderson, if you have any questions.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you to all of the witnesses who testified. I have been here for part of it, and so I apologize. I haven't been able to see everyone who was on this panel's testimony, but I certainly will review. I did want to ask a couple of questions in terms of individuals who I did hear their testimony. Ms. Richards, I wanted to start with you. I believe you said you were representing the Committee of the 100. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and so am I hearing that you are supportive of this moving forward, of Mr. Hood's nomination, even though you all have had differences in the past, because you also feel like having institutional memory is important for us to consider here?
No, it wasn't institutional memory I was focusing on. The thrust of the testimony was that we need institutional reform of the zoning function, and this is bigger than any one person.
Okay. So I see. So even if, because there are 5 members, changing one person alone is not going to necessarily fix everything.
It is not.
Okay, understood. Ms. Court, are you still?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay. I wanted to, oh, there you are. I only saw your background. I wanted to give you an opportunity. Well, I wanted to ask you this. In your view and sort of working around smart growth and those kinds of things, to what extent do you feel like the average resident knows anything about zoning?
Well, it's always a challenge to get people involved. The way people usually learn about it is maybe by being engaged with their ANC. We have provided a lot of outreach for the comprehensive plan for the several years that it took to adopt comprehensive plan amendments. And so I'd say that that's there was a lot of public education that was carried out by the city. We did a lot ourselves and other partner organizations. So I think it's limited and a little bit arcane, but by people getting involved through the ANC or by engagement through groups like ours, we hope that people can have better understanding of zoning.
Right. Do you feel like in terms of the current nominee that we have before us, that in his tenure, he has tried to take steps to help people better understand the process?
Yes, I mean, I think that more could be done to educate the public about zoning and about the process, because the more that they understand it, the more they can be engaged. But I've always found him to be very approachable and accessible to the public as people come to testify, maybe for the first time. We certainly have people coming for the first time all the time, and we say, the zoning commission is here to listen to you. You're the boss, basically. And so I felt confident that with him being the chairman, that those residents were going to get treated in a way that, he basically tries to put them at ease, tries to explain the process, tries to make them feel listened to and respected.
Okay. I saw your comment in the chat, Mr. Commissioner Vincent. Is there something you wanted to add?
If you're speaking to me, I would simply.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Branham. Sorry. Apologies.
I have known Mr. Hood for many years, and during his service on the commission, he has been a staunch supporter of community engagement and information on the activities and processes of the zoning commission and answering their questions. That has been him front and back, up and down. When it comes to informing the public on the activities of the commission, Mr. Hood has been open and honest and transparent and leading.
Okay. Thank you for that. And Mr. Jordan, I don't have a specific question, but I do want to acknowledge that I heard you and I heard your concerns in terms of, I'm going to say the critiques rather, in terms of the process. And as you say, the system altogether. And I think it's been some time since the makeup of the zoning commission has been looked at from a reform standpoint, and perhaps it might be time for a revisit, but I'm out of time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. That's going to conclude the testimony. A lot of you did not give us copies of your statement. Actually, I say a lot. A few of you did not. And if you did not give us a copy of your statement, please do so that we have it. And again, the record will be open until 5 p.m. on May 2nd. So you all are excused. I want to thank you for your testimony. And we're going to turn to the 2 nominees. And the 2 nominees are Anthony Hood and Loretta Houston. So I think we're waiting a moment while folks are being let out of the room, and I see that Mr. Hood is present. Are we okay if Mr. Hood, you go first and then Ms. John?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay,
I can
great.
see you.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Henderson, other council members and staff, and residents of the District of Columbia. My name is Anthony Jerome Hood. It is my pleasure to be before you today offering testimony on my nomination for reappointment to the Zoning Commission of the District of Columbia. As you may know, I have served on the Zoning Commission since 1998, and I am currently employed at the United States Environmental Protection Agency as the printing officer. I have been a community activist for over 40 years, advocating on behalf of the residents of Ward 5 and beyond. I am the former president of the Woodridge Civic Association and was voted into my current position of President Emeritus after 20 years. I also serve as a board member of the Starter Baptist Home and am a lifelong member and deacon of the Greater First Baptist Church of Washington, D.C. I am a proud resident of Ward 5 and have served my community in many other capacities over the years. You may not know this about me, but my first experience with zoning was 25 years ago when a trash transfer station was being located in my neighborhood. It was a case in which I fought alongside my community against the trash transfer station's placement in our community and what we would call today an issue of environmental justice. Although we did not achieve the results we hoped for, my actions caught the eye of then Mayor for Life, Mayor Marion Barry, and he nominated me to the Zoning Commission. I am honored once again to have been nominated for another term on the Zoning Commission because of my love for this city in which I was born and raised. During my tenure on the commission, I have heard over 1,500 Zoning Commission and Board of Zoning Adjustment cases, over approximately 6,000 hours, and have seen a number of projects realized. It has always been my number one goal to make sure the community is being heard and that our concerns are addressed. I have kept my focus on balance, inclusion, and coexistence when reviewing cases that come before the commission. I have encouraged projects that far exceed inclusionary zoning requirements, including projects with deep affordability at 30% affordable senior housing and family-sized units. In most cases, the development has been a win-win for all interested parties in the city. I am glad to be a part of the Zoning Commission, and if reconfirmed, I will continue to make the best decisions that I can for the best interests of those in the city. The district has greatly evolved during my tenure on the commission. The increase of new residents has necessitated thousands of new housing units, including affordable units. There has been a large amount of new development cases that have included community benefits and amenities in many of our neighborhoods. During this time, the zoning regulations were revised for the first time in 60 years after 9 years and over 60 hearings and meetings. Some other recent initiatives include, but are not limited to, the following: implementing the new phase of inclusionary zoning regulations called IZ+, which adds IZ to areas where not previously required to provide affordable housing. Continuing to approve projects with hundreds of affordable units, including 78% of the approved units at 60% AMI or below during the last 6 years. Encouraging even lower AMIs between 30% and 50%, including 34% of affordable units cases approved over the last 6 years, and continue to encourage greater ANC participation in cases by conducting extensive outreach and training. And I want to thank the Office of Zoning for doing this, because as we get into the next topic I'm getting ready to discuss, we call it racial equity today. In 1998, we called it leveling the playing field. Different term, same scenario that we're trying to achieve. But I'm glad now that we have the legislation and the guidance from the mayor and the city council behind us. Also, district agencies have been engaging in meaningful progress to address racial equity issues for quite some time in the city, and the Zoning Commission is no different. Again, we started leveling the playing field. I have always taken racial inequities in our city seriously. So in response to the comp plan drafting process last fiscal year, I asked the Office of Planning to apply the racial equity lens in its case report to the Zoning Commission so that we can consider these impacts in our decision-making process. And the Office of Planning actually has been assigned to do that. It's in the law. We have to follow the law. It didn't say the Zoning Commission come up with the tool, the Office of Planning, but we are all working on that. And stay tuned, Mr. Chairman and others. We're going to have a roundtable as we exercise this zoning, this equity tool. And we're going to need full participation. All those who today have some issues, we're going to need you then too. So I'm putting you on notice. We're going to be calling for you in September because we're going to need you if I'm reconfirmed, and even if I'm not. To apply the racial equity lens in its case report to the Zoning Commission so that we can consider these impacts in our decision-making process. We will also have a text amendment before us shortly that will call for applicants to submit racial equity impact statements for our evaluation. In addition, I have been working closely with the Office of Zoning to ensure that all staff, the commission, and board are provided training, and I understand several employees will be participating in a 9-month racial equity certification program. I also understand the Office of Zoning has undertaken several racial equity related initiatives as well. I want to make it clear, the Zoning Commission takes racial equity seriously and is dedicated to making decisions with the lens. I want to take a moment to thank some of the people who have supported me throughout the years. First, I would like to thank the Honorable Mayor Muriel Bowser for the nomination for my reappointment. Her support is not taken lightly, and I greatly appreciate her reappointing me. Next, I would like to thank the Office of Zoning staff for the service they provide and their many accomplishments under the leadership of Sarah Barton, Director. Other government agencies include the Office of Planning and the Mayor's Office on Talent and Appointments under the leadership of Director Walker. Everyone who has both supported and opposed, let me repeat that. Everyone who has both supported and opposed my appointment and reappointments through the years, because they all have made me work harder to be the best commissioner that I can be for all who reside in the District of Columbia. Also, I want to thank the many colleagues who have sat with me over the years and whom I admire and value greatly. Lastly, but not least, I want to give thanks to my wife, Camelia Hood from Jackson, Mississippi, and the rest of my family for allowing me to spend so much time in service to the city. Mr. Chairman, before I conclude my testimony, I would like to extend one last thank you to the Council of the District of Columbia for their steadfast support of me over the years. Thank you, and I will answer any questions you may have of me.
Thank you, Mr. Hood. Ms. John.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Lorna John, and I would like to thank you for providing this opportunity to appear before you today. I would also like to express my gratitude to Mayor Bowser for renominating me to the Board of Zoning Adjustment. First, I would like to tell you about myself and my qualifications for this important position. I have lived in the District of Columbia for approximately 30 years. I currently live in Ward 2, but I've also lived in other wards. I obtained my undergraduate degree from the University of the West Indies, my graduate degree from Howard University, and my law degree from the Georgetown University Law Center. After graduating from law school, I was a partner in a small general practice law firm in the District of Columbia. Later, I worked as a hearing examiner and staff attorney at the former Office of Human Rights and Minority Business. In 1990, I was hired as a staff attorney and then as a senior attorney at the Federal Aviation Administration, and I've been a member of the District of Columbia Bar since 1981. I currently serve as the vice chair of the Board of Zoning Adjustment and was initially confirmed by the council in February 2018. The BZA is a quasi-judicial entity, and the board provides relief to interested parties from the strict application of the zoning regulations and maps by hearing requests for variances, special exceptions, and appeals from administrative orders. In this way, the BZA plays a crucial role in maintaining the integrity of the district's zoning regulations and maps. My service on the BZA has been rewarding. Since my initial confirmation, I have developed a deeper understanding of the zoning regulations and applied my legal training and experience in resolving zoning issues that come before the BZA. This includes listening to and evaluating the credibility of witnesses, including expert witnesses, identifying relevant facts, making reasoned decisions based on the totality of circumstances, and providing a complete record that will withstand any potential DC Court of Appeals challenge. And while the board's decisions are based on how applicants meet the legal criteria for relief, as a member of the board, I'm aware that every one of our decisions affects the lives of real people. As a longtime resident, both as a renter and homeowner in several wards in the district, I fully appreciate the importance of the district's zoning laws and regulations in sustaining viable residential and commercial neighborhoods. Therefore, if I'm confirmed, I commit to continue working collaboratively with my colleagues to further the board's purpose. I also commit to continuing to devote the time and attention necessary to prepare for and decide matters that come before the board, and to do so fairly as the regulations allow. This concludes my testimony, and I appreciate this opportunity to share a summary of my education, training, and skills, and my views about continuing to serve on the BZA. Again, I thank you for your consideration of my appointment, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. John, and thank you, Mr. Hood. At hearings, I always ask several questions. Ms. John, you've been on the board, so you have a sense of how much time it takes. With a reappointment, do you have the time to fully participate as a board member?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Hood, you know the time it takes. Do you have the time to fully participate as a member of the commission?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Let me ask about conflicts of interest. Ms. John, have you had instances where there's been a conflict of interest, and what have you done? Or if a conflict of interest were to appear, what would you do?
So I'll answer the first part of the question first. I would recuse myself. The first part, I have recused myself from cases only because of the appearance of a conflict of interest, but I've not had a direct conflict of interest.
Mr. Hood, same question.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would recuse myself.
Have there been instances where you have recused yourself?
Yes, but it's been a while, maybe 10 years ago, if I can remember correctly. Yes, I have done it maybe twice, but I have no problems recusing myself. I would actually look forward to recusing myself. I don't want to be a problem or conflict.
And my third question is, and I think I put this in the pre-hearing questions that I submitted, are you current in all of your district obligations, such as district and federal taxes? Mr. Hood?
Yes, I'm current, Mr. Chairman.
And Ms. John?
Yes, I'm current, Mr. Chairman.
Let me ask this of Ms. John. Do you see any critical issues before the Board of Zoning Adjustment, issues that you would like to address when reappointed?
I can't think of anything at the moment, Mr. Chairman. Since I've been at the board, and for a significant portion of time, we've been in the virtual environment, and it's, taken time for all of us to get used to handling hearings this way, but I cannot think of anything in particular at the moment.
Mr. Hood. Same question.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, after what I've heard today and what I've known that we are, the racial equity lens, I think is very important. I take it wholeheartedly. And I do, while you ask that question, I do want to respond to one of the questions. I understand people's perception becomes a reality, and I take it seriously. I think that I heard one of our cases, the Berry Farms case in 2014, the displacement. If people would take the time and just read the order, I specifically push that the developer could not continue to build until we did assessment under Adrian Todman of an assessment of people being able to come back who were the long-term people who live. I was born and raised in the city. The long-term people who lived in Berry Farms had the opportunity to come back, and that was in the order, but that order was vacated. But yes, Mr. Chairman, those kind of issues we will press the pedal to the metal. We've already talking about them. I'm looking forward to the roundtable, and I'm asking all those who came down with concerns to help us to scope it. And when you talk about, I'll just leave it at that, because I could go on. When you've been somewhere for 24 years, you have a lot that you can talk about, but I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. Mr. Hood, I kind of want to just explore a little bit your community background.
Yes.
Hearing some of the testimony, I'm going to get in trouble if I summarize it, but I'll oversimplify it as you've become part of the system and you don't really understand the issues that are affecting residents in some of these projects. So can you just speak a little bit to your community background, your community service?
Yeah, well, Mr. Chairman, I have a lot of community service. Actually, the very first issue when I was a child was my father talking about a zoning issue with cement trucks were parking right behind our house years ago. So I go way back in zoning, but my community side, I have not lost touch. I'm still in touch. Some of the issues they're talking about and some of the issues that I know, even that are going over in Brentwood, before a lot of people who moved to the city from Vermont or wherever we come from, a part of our city, what I've known is that was some of my first issues when I moved here to where I stay now, which is right around the corner from Brooklyn Manor. My community, I've taken it seriously, but here's the fact though, Mr. Chairman, and all of us need to understand. I have learned, I think one person mentioned that gentrification. I was told for years by my legal counsel, the Office of Attorney General, that gentrification was not in my purview. I didn't necessarily like that, but from a legal standpoint, that's what I had to govern myself by, what I was told by my legal counsel. And I know that one of the particular persons who testified today said that I always say it's not in my jurisdiction. So I was happy to hear the courts tell me it was in my jurisdiction. So now I'm going to treat it as though, I've been treated as though it's in my jurisdiction. And in this racial equity tool, one of the burdens that we have, which I'm really excited about this racial equity tool because it gives us the teeth to do some of the things that I think we should have been doing. And I want to thank the mayor and the council for your legislation and putting it in the comp plan. But I want to also educate everyone to understand that it's in the comp plan, which says the Office of Planning is supposed to provide it. It doesn't say the Zoning Commission, but we have talked and we have worked together to where now we're going to exercise it for the next few weeks, and we're going to have a roundtable. So some of those same people I saw today, I need you to come down and push some of your thoughts so we can get a tool that actually puts the words into application. So back to your original question, Mr. Chairman, my community work has been very extensive. I've worked hard in the community. I'm community focused, and that's what I took to the Zoning Commission. I haven't forgotten that the people like Ms. Minnie and Elliott sit me down there. I haven't forgotten that. I have not lost touch. I have not forgotten. As 3 weeks ago, I asked a developer for 0% of the AMI. Give us a free apartment. So you have to start a discussion somewhere, but I also have to stay within the regulations. So it's striking that balance and making sure that we adhere to the regulations. There's not a form in the statute, Mr. Chairman, that says do everything Anthony Hood likes. It doesn't say that, because that was the case. There's a lot of decisions that I don't necessarily particularly care. And about me not having the backbone, I appreciate the comment, but I have a strong backbone.
Thank you. Give me just a second. Mr. Hood, to what extent have you been pushing to get better quality orders? The Zoning Commission issues orders, but the zoning commissioners don't actually write them. To what extent have you been pushing for better quality orders?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have gotten beat up for years on that, but I'm glad you asked that question, because now, due to the mayor and your wisdom and to the Office of Attorney General, they are no longer the office. Our Office of Zoning Legal Division is now within the office. And I think the last time I spoke to Ms. Barton, we talked weekly on where we are on orders. All the backups we had from maybe a year or so ago have just about been caught up. So that question, Mr. Chairman, will not be one we will hear on the council even if I'm reconfirmed or not reconfirmed. I want you to know, Mr. Chairman, and to the council and to the residents of the city, we are just about caught up. As a change of the now Office of Zoning Legal Division is now under the leadership and the direction of Ms. Sarah Barton. So I'm proud to say that we're just about caught up. And I'm proud of that.
That's caught up in terms of backlog, but what about the quality? For instance, there was a witness who testified near the beginning of this hearing about an order that copied verbatim, including typographical errors. Now, I know you don't write the orders, but that speaks to quality. And do you see that the quality is improved?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think so. I will have to find out more on that. I will ask Ms. Barton. I'm sure she's listening. If not, I need to find out about that. That's the first I've heard of that. Now, I've heard of that 2 years ago, but I have not heard of that from the courts, but I have not heard of that recently.
Yeah, no, there was in fact more than 2 years ago. I believe it was the first Durant case.
Okay. So I did hear it back then, but I haven't heard it. Is this relatively recent? I must have missed that in the comments.
Well, the testimony was today, but
okay,
it didn't say that the order was a recent order. But my question just has to do with the quality of the orders. You're pressing to improve them, to ensure that they're a well-written order.
Yes, you're correct, Mr. Chairman. We have revamped. We've been working on this for a while. We have revamped the quality of the orders and also the meat in the orders. That's an ongoing process, and it's still fluid. We're still trying to tighten up the orders and make them more focusable and more to the point of being able to sustain legal scrutiny.
Thank you, Mr. Hood. Let me turn to my colleague, Councilmember Henderson, if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Ms. John and Mr. Hood.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Hood, I want to focus my questions on you. Sorry, Ms. John. I hope you don't feel a little slighted in this conversation. Mr. Hood, since you've been chair, what percentage of the cases that have come before the Zoning Commission would you say are unanimous?
I don't want to give a number, Councilmember Henderson. I want to just tell you how we get to eventually being unanimous. And some of them are not. I know particularly some of them are 4-1, 1 3-2. What happens is a lot of times, because of the way, since the Office of Planning and the residents have been having a place at the table since around 2002, I think, or maybe 2006, a lot of cases, and I've said this many times at hearings, oversight hearings, a lot of cases will come in one way, like a number of units, maybe 180. The zoning commission doesn't set it down. We send it back, continue to work with the community, get it down to 90 or 110. We think it's too high. We think it's too dense. So a lot of the cases, Councilmember, are not just bought in, listened to, and approved. They are sent back. Where people, I think, don't follow is a lot of people, if you don't do this every day, I understand it. But where you don't follow is the cases that are not set down, the cases that are sent back. There are cases that one of the commissions or two of the commissions or all of us say, well, you need to do some more refining. You need to go back and work the neighborhood and come back. So then at a point where a lot of the cases that we get now, council member, have been refined and worked on by both Office of Planning, the residents, the ANC, the applicant, and changes are substantially made. And yes, those are the ones approved, because if a community is 100%, 80%, you're not going to always get everybody, but also if they meet the letter to the test of the development standards, then we approve it. Yes.
Okay. So of those cases, those types of cases where the proposal has changed from initial to what then was finalized, what would you say is the percentage of cases in that realm?
Cases like that went through that type of scrutiny. I'm not going to say nothing is exact. I'll say 98%.
I'm asking for an estimate, just trying to.
Yeah, I'm just saying an estimate, but you look at all the scrutiny, all the time that goes into it, all the work that goes into it, of trying to get that outcome. Because what we do in the District of Columbia, what we're noticing, the reason that people are staying in the city, because they want to, as we always say, play, recreate, shop. They want to do it all here. So we have to try to find ways for that to happen. And the key is to make sure that we are able to continue to provide affordable housing. Affordable housing is top on all of our lists, but again, zoning is just a small piece of it. So I would say 98%.
Okay. And I'm asking you in terms of, I'm trying to get to sort of understanding a little bit of your philosophy, you believe in terms of the role as the chair, right? So there are X number of positions that are, the mayor gets to nominate someone. And obviously we have our federal partners, which is not something that we can influence in terms of who the architect of the Capitol chooses to send or National Park Service chooses to send. And so I'm trying to understand in terms of your role as chair, what kind of conversations are you having with your colleagues to try to advance the interests of district residents, knowing that there might be occasions where for some of the federal partners, they don't have the same interests as the local residents of a neighborhood or a community.
Councilman, I think the collaboration I have with my colleagues, while we don't always agree, I think we all bring different aspects to the table, and I think we get a better outcome. They know that I push. I will tell you, I'm not saying I, but sometimes the vote is 4-1. I can think of a case that I'm still thinking about that I tried to sue Sponte in the RA1 zones, and I got, the vote was 4-1. I was the only one that bought it, but they all bring something to the table. I heard what people saying about changing it, but I think I used one particular project where people were against it. They didn't want it. But now you can't get in there, council member, because residents are in there filling the place up, and that's Costco. So, and I'm just using that as an example. I can't even get over there now. And then I see some of the people who were against the project. So I understand that fundamentally we have different ways of getting to something, but I think at the end of the day, all of us are trying to get to the same point.
Yeah.
And I take what the residents of this city, because I always say this, council member, is that those of us, the people come and develop. Yeah, you develop and you leave. And developers have heard me say this. You come develop, you leave. But those of us who are going, whatever development you leave, we're going to be the ones that's going to have to endure. We're the ones that's going to have to live with it.
Right.
So that's why I'm on that.
Okay. From the time that you have been serving to now, do you have any regrets about past decisions that you've made?
I will tell you that it took me a minute to get used to density. When I rode past some dense places, and I've said this over the years, I shook my head because I was not used to it. And then I was informed by law, they were always able to build a lot of stuff to that height. But back when I was growing up in the 60s and 70s and 80s in the city, we weren't doing that because we didn't have the money. But now that people have the money, they are more dense. And here's another thing that I think about it. And Councilman, I appreciate the question because I think about a lot of this stuff that's being said about me. And I always do a self-evaluation. I always put it on myself first. When I looked at the accusations and everything, I mean, people's perceptions become the reality. But I also try to evaluate, Anthony, what can you do in the equation to try to make it better? What can you do to try to push it? But remember, I'm only one vote, and the zoning commission is just a small piece. There are a lot of other pieces that need to work together. So when people have ideas, we need to come together and try to, I don't want to take up all your time, come together and try to pull together so we can do it for the best interest of the city, because I too will not always be here. So that's just where I am.
Actually, Ms. John, since your position is a reappointment, I'll ask the same question. Do you have any regrets from your earlier tenure, and has that informed how you want to move going forward?
So I don't have any regrets because what I do on the board is I look at each case individually and I try to listen to everyone and understand what the facts are and apply the regulations to the facts. And so the decision I make that at that time is the decision that, based on all of the circumstances, was the right one at the time. Now, have I approved projects that I did not like? The answer is yes. So it's just the way the facts and the regulations shake out. But we don't get to decide what we like and what we don't like. We are bound by the regulations, and that's how we approach making decisions.
Got it. Thank you. Mr. Hood, are there, I heard you sort of kind of mention this in your testimony around things that if you're confirmed and moving forward, what you would like to do going forward in the future, where you feel like you can improve the process. Can you speak a little to, in terms of, now, obviously there were a lot of people who testified today, and even people who've written into the office, et cetera, who talked about, your commitment to, whether it's going to ANC meetings, whether it's going to basically the outreach arm of explaining to people what the process is and how to get involved. Are there other things that you feel like the commission could be doing better in that regard to help someone who wants to engage in the process, who may not have all the tools in the toolbox to do so?
Again, thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Again, the Office of Zoning has I think they call it Zoning 101, 102, 103. And I want to implore residents who are listening, please contact the Office of Zoning, because I have attended one where they work with the ANCs of how to present your case. I think that's very important. We used to go out around and present it to ANCs, but now I think they have a whole setup of training, which they've done, and they have been doing for years. So that is what I think is in place, Councilmember. I don't know what I can add to it. I always do the little bit that I can do as one person, but I think it's key to call the Office of Zoning, because one of the reasons that that office has gotten to is because in '98, we need to level the playing field. Today, we're calling it the racial equity lens with the legislation behind us. So we're trying to get to the same place, but I think today we have advanced it. This again goes with modern day, bringing things to fruition so we can apply the application, if that answers your question.
It does. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. I do not have any more questions for either of you. Thank you for your service and thank you for your testimony. If either of you wish to supplement your statement, you're welcome to do so. The record will remain open until 5 p.m. on May 2nd. So that's going to conclude this hearing. The Committee of the Whole has I believe, 3 more hearings to follow. Before I adjourn this, I'm just going to mention we have a hearing on public charter school board nominee confirmations, which will start in a few minutes, and then on the nominations to the State Athletics Commission, and then I believe this is a resumption of the hearing on Bill 24-526, Engineering Licensure Amendment Act. Give me just a moment. My staff was just telling me, Councilmember Henderson, if you are staying for the Public Charter School Board, it'll be the same link you're on now, so you could just stay on.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to adjourn this hearing, and then I've been asked to meet a quorum for a markup of a committee. So I will start the next hearing at about 3:15, assuming the other committee is ready. So again, this has been a hearing on the mayor's nomination of Anthony Hood to the Zoning Commission reappointment and Lorna John for reappointment to the Board of Zoning Adjustment. Record will close at 5 o'clock on May 2nd. The time is 3:02 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we're going to get started. I'm calling to order this hearing, a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chairman of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Monday, April 25th, 2022. The time is 3:18 in the afternoon. And this hearing concerns mayor's nominations to the Public Charter School Board. The resolutions are PR 24-432, entitled the Public Charter School Board Leah Crucy Confirmation Resolution of 2021, which would have the effect of reappointing Ms. Crucy to be a member of the Public Charter School Board for a term to end February 24th, 2026. PR 24-578, entitled the Public Charter School Board Nick Rodriguez Confirmation Resolution of 2022, the effect of which would be to confirm the mayor's nomination to appoint Mr. Rodriguez to the Public Charter School Board for a term to end February 24th, 2025. The third is PR 24-579, entitled the Public Charter School Board Shukrat Adoma Fanian Confirmation Resolution of 2022, and I apologize if I mispronounced. I hope I'll be corrected. The effect of this would be to confirm the mayor's nomination for appointment of Ms. Adoma Fanian as a member of the Public Charter School Board for a term to end February 24th, 2023. And the fourth is PR 24-580, entitled the Public Charter School Board Chantel Wright Confirmation Resolution 2022, which would have the effect of approving the mayor's nomination for appointment of Chantel Wright to be a member of the Public Charter School Board for a term to end February 24th, 2025. The Public Charter School Board is an independent government agency of the District of Columbia, led by a volunteer 7-member board. As the sole public charter school authorizer in our nation's capital, the Public Charter School Board provides oversight to public charter schools, which are managed by independently run nonprofit organizations called local education agencies. The purpose of this hearing is to receive testimony from government public witnesses as to the fitness of these nominees for reappointment to the Public Charter School Board. The record in this matter will stay open until 5 p.m. on May 2nd. So that's approximately 2 weeks from now. I don't know that I'm going to say more at this point because I'm anxious to hear testimony from witnesses, but Councilmember Henderson is here. And Councilmember Henderson, do you have an opening statement?
I don't, Mr. Chairman. Go ahead and start.
Thank you. Then I think that what I'm going to do is recognize first 5 witnesses. Dr. Jessica Sutter, who is president of the State Board of Education. Ebony Rose Thompson, who is a Ward 7 representative to the State Board of Education. Shannon Hodge, who's founding executive director of the DC Charter School Alliance. Christina Kyle Smith, who is executive director of the Two Rivers Public Charter School. And Valerie Jablow, who is listed just as a public witness. Each of you could be. I was trying to figure out whether Dr. Michelle Walker Davis would be the next witness, number 6. And I think we'll let her in. And then I'll have the nominees testify as the next group. Dr. Sutter, you are first up here, so.
All right, thank you, Chairman. Just to be clear, today I testify in my role as Ward 6 member on the board. So very, very pleased to be recognized with my presidential title, but today I'm just representing Ward 6.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Jessica Sutter, and I'm honored to represent the schools, students, and families of Ward 6 on the DC State Board of Education. I'm here to speak with you today about the nominees for the DC Public Charter School Board. Serving on the DC PCSB is a significant responsibility. Board members retain authority for decisions about opening and closing public charter schools in the district, as well as responsibility to ensure that all schools which are open are compliant with the agreements made in their charters and equitably serve the children, adult learners, and families of DC with high quality educational programming. Finding DC residents with the professional qualifications and lived experiences, which will help them serve effectively in these volunteer roles, is essential. You have before you today 4 talented nominees, 2 of whom I'm honored to call constituents. I speak today in support of my Ward 6 neighbors. Ms. Leah Crucy has served admirably on the DC PCSB since December 2018 and is being considered for reappointment to a second term. Mr. Nick Rodriguez is nominated today for the first time. Both are experienced education and management professionals, and the district is fortunate that they are willing to offer their time and talents to serving on the Public Charter School Board. I am grateful to both Ms. Crucy and Mr. Rodriguez for their willingness to serve, and I urge the council to confirm them. I'm happy to take any questions you may have for me. Thanks so much for making time today for this testimony.
Thank you. And I don't have a copy of your statement.
I am currently locked out of my official email, so I sent it to the committee from my personal email with a note to the executive director of the board so that you all know it's legit.
Okay.
Octo's working on the problem.
Okay.
Thank you.
Look for it. I think Ebony Rose Thompson is not here yet. Correct. Shannon Hodge.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Shannon Hodge, and I'm the founding executive director of the DC Charter School Alliance, the local nonprofit that advocates on behalf of public charter schools to ensure that every student can choose high-quality public schools that prepare them for lifelong success. Let me state very clearly upfront that we strongly support the reappointment of Leah Crucy and the appointments of Nick Rodriguez, Shakura Adamofanian, and Chantel Wright to the District of Columbia Public Charter School Board. Given the high number of board vacancies during what is a critical time for the district's sole charter authorizer, we urge the council to swiftly move these confirmations to a vote so that the DC PCSB can return to its full capacity and functioning. The DC PCSB's oversight is critical to ensure that the district's public charter schools remain viable, high-quality options for the students and families who choose them. Specifically, under the School Reform Act, the DC PCSB has several responsibilities: granting, reviewing, renewing, and revoking charter agreements, monitoring charter school operations and student academic achievement, and ensuring that charter schools comply with their charters, applicable laws, and an annual reporting requirement. Having a full qualified board is integral to the DC PCSB's ability to carry out its oversight authority, which is why we encourage the council to swiftly move the confirmation of these well-qualified candidates to a vote. These nominees have the backgrounds, experiences, and mindsets that are essential to ensuring that the DC PCSB carries out its responsibilities effectively and with equity at the forefront. As a 4-year DC PCSB member, current board chair Leah Crucy has proven to be an engaged and thoughtful voice on the board, and she brings deep knowledge of public education and policy from her work across the country. Nick Rodriguez will bring years of charter governance experience, including financial and academic performance oversight, to the DC PCSB. And importantly, Shakura Adamofanian and Chantel Wright bring critical perspectives as former charter school leaders, as Ward 8 residents, and as educators working with many of the district's most underserved students and families. The importance of having board members who have walked in the shoes of the leaders who they hold accountable cannot be overstated. Their voices, perspectives, and firsthand experience will be crucial going forward as we continue to deal with the ongoing pandemic and recover from its devastating impacts. Equity must be at the center of everything we do. There is much, much more work to be done to improve education and opportunity for our students most at risk of academic failure, and these nominees share that vision. I'm proud to support their nominations, and I'm looking forward to working together to boldly serve students. Chairman Mendelson and members of the council, I urge you to swiftly move these confirmations to a vote. Thank you for your time and attention, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hodge. Christina Kyle Smith.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Christina Kyle Smith, and I have served as the Executive Director of Two Rivers Public Charter School since July 20th, which operates 3 schools in wards 5 and 6. I'm honored to speak upon the recommendation of both Leah Cruzzi and Nick Rodriguez. I'd like to speak specifically in regards to Nick Rodriguez for a moment. I've had the pleasure of knowing Mr. Rodriguez formally since March of 2021, and our paths have crossed over the years in several different aspects, including working in consultation on state level education policy matters in Maryland and in service of another local charter school where he previously served as board members. Over the last few years, I have been able to work with Nick specifically as a board member of Two Rivers Public Charter Schools. So I provide this recommendation, both bitter as it might be, but also as sweet as it may mean for the specific idealization of his work across the district. I'm proud of his work and the potential impact he will have, yet I know that means it will leave a hole at Two Rivers specifically. However, particularly in the last 2 years, Mr. Rodriguez has been instrumental in my development as educational leader. He has been instrumental by sharing his expertise in educational policy and organizational management, both on a macro and micro level. He has a keen understanding of how diverse relationships impact organizational structures, but has a huge heart and passion for student success, teachers, leaders, and community-wide school success. As a board member, he's prioritized being a strong listener and providing hands-on support, consultation, and access to his expertise for the sake of organizational development that has benefited the full community. He's reflective and consistently shows grounded leadership and expertise in matters of strategic planning, resolving complex board management matters, including the hiring of an executive director, and supporting the development of board level practices that centers our mission. He has consistently used his knowledge of strategic planning and academic performance analysis to help drive great educational outcomes. He's a dedicated leader who is able to think outside the box while moving the organizational goals to serve students. He works tirelessly nationally and internationally to create and implement effective strategies that better ensure student success. So it's my sincere opinion that Mr. Nick Rodriguez would be a major asset to this board. Please feel free to reach out with any additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kyle Smith. I don't have a copy of your statement. Could you provide that?
Yes, sir.
And Dr. Sutter, it turns out I do have your statement, so sorry about that.
Glad to hear that.
Valerie Jablo, you're next.
I am Valerie Jablo, and as a DC taxpayer, I want to testify about this nomination process. Beyond being DC taxpayers like me, many of our charter board members have had some personal stake in either DC charter schools or school privatizing. Ricarda Ganjim mentors with KIPP DC as part of her job. Rick Cruz worked for DC Prep. Selma Beretta served in the U.S. Department of Education under R&D Duncan. Naomi Shelton worked for KIPP DC. Steve Bumbaugh worked for City Bridge Foundation. The current nominees are no different. Adama Fanian heads Reading Partners, which puts volunteers in DC's publicly funded elementaries. Wright left as director of Achievement Prep in July 2021 to work for a school choice organization, and Rodriguez has worked with several education privatizing firms. And until October 2021, Leah Cruzzi headed a political action committee called Allies for Educational Equity, which she founded to support charter-friendly politicians. Last summer, I calculated that Cruzzi's organization received at least $5,000 between spring 2019 and 20 from DC area education advocates, employees, and an elected DC State Board of Education member. Scott Pearson, the former executive director of the Charter Board, donated $1,000 while he served as executive director. After he retired, Pearson donated $2,000. As a DC taxpayer, I must ask, is there no one in DC unaffiliated with charters or advocacy around them who could serve on the charter board, and no one independent of conflicts of interest, however indirect? But maybe that's not the point, because the Charter Board has never functioned as a truly independent body whose only mission is service to DC taxpayers. Rather, it functions as a trade board, monitoring and advocating for its own simultaneously. While this has been undeniably good for charter operators, it is a very mixed bag for the public. Simply put, there is little incentive for the Charter Board to not approve a school, its expansion or location, even when the result is unwanted development or existing schools losing enrollment. Because each DC charter LEA pays 1% of its budget annually to the Charter Board, which is, per the board's own words, its principal source of revenue, the board is incentivized to create new LEAs and expand existing ones. There's also no incentive for the Charter Board to consider any need for new schools or expansion except as they and operators define it, and one operator would say their school was not needed. Consider that Lee Montessori is expanding its building and enrollment at its Ward 8 school against the wishes of neighbors who literally have no choice in the matter because Lee's expansion was approved by the Charter Board before Lee was ever in Ward 8. Be bold and reject anyone with any ties to this pretense of independence. And while you are being bold, amend the legislation for our Charter Board to make it truly independent and not beholden to a private industry here supported almost entirely by DC taxpayers whose interests are not always or sometimes ever at its center. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jablow. Dr. Walker-Davis.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. I'm Dr. Michelle Walker-Davis, Executive Director of the DC Public Charter School Board. I want to thank you for holding this hearing today and allowing me to testify in support of the nominations of Shakora Adamofanian, Chantel Wright, Nick Rodriguez, and the renomination of Leah Cruzy. And I would like to thank Mayor Bowser for putting their nominations forward. For those unaware, the DC PCSB is the sole public charter school authorizer in DC. Our board members are responsible for making decisions to ensure families in the district have access to high quality and equitable educational opportunities across the city. Our mission and strategic roadmap put students front and center, and I believe that all four nominees have demonstrated their steadfast commitment to students throughout the years. As DC PCSB orients our work around our strategic priorities of excellent schools, enduring partnerships, and effective organization, our board needs to be our guide. And I have great confidence that the nominees have the experiences and perspectives which qualify them for these roles. As former school leaders at Achievement Prep and Democracy Prep public charter schools, Ms. Wright's and Ms. Adamofanian's commitment to students of DC and the value of their expertise is clear. They have firsthand experience supporting our students, teachers, and families. They understand the challenges that many of our most underserved families face and the educational choices they want and deserve, because they were in school buildings for years, helping hundreds of families in those circumstances. They know what it takes to create an excellent school community and the challenges which create barriers to doing that. Their work also gave them an understanding of how district policies directly impact schools, and they can speak to that in their work on the board. The unique and valuable perspectives they gained from those positions have been missing in recent years from our board, and we look forward to filling that gap. Ms. Wright's time leading Achievement Prep developed her leadership expertise, which will inform our work on our priority of effective organization. She's also a lawyer by trade, and she will bring her deep understanding of the law to her role. I know her experience in this field will allow her to be a deliberative and astute board member, ready to ask incisive questions. Ms. Adamofanian's qualifications also go beyond her experience as a school leader. Since leaving Democracy Prep, she's been at the helm of Reading Partners DC. Under her leadership, the organization works to give students access to high-quality tutoring and to bridge the literacy gap. Given this work, she will bring a background in enduring and growing partnerships to the board. Her work with Reading Partners also proves her acumen at running an effective and financially sound organization, both of which are areas of expertise the board needs. Mr. Rodriguez has shown dedication to public service throughout his career. He has served as a member of the boards of Capital City and Two Rivers Public Charter Schools and as an adjunct professor at American University. Mr. Rodriguez's experience as an LEA board member will be essential. He will provide insight and expertise on how DC PCSB policies impact the decision-making of an LEA's board. He will also bring the knowledge gained from financial oversight of those institutions with him. In addition, Mr. Rodriguez has conducted education research throughout his career, which is a necessary perspective to have on the board. I know that his time in these roles have provided him with the knowledge and understanding necessary to serve DC's families. And lastly, Ms. Cruzy has proven herself to be devoted to DC public charter schools throughout her career and in her time on the board. As a nearly 4-year board member and current chair, she has been instrumental in our strategic planning process and continues to be a leading voice in the implementation of our strategic roadmap. She is a thoughtful and engaged member who routinely asks deliberative questions and continues to bring her perspective as a former classroom teacher to her work. Her work as a board member reflects her commitment to the community and readiness to bring more equity to our processes. A full board will be crucial to complete the implementation of our strategic roadmap, and our nominees today bring a varied experience and perspective to this opportunity. Thank you for allowing me to testify in support of their nomination, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Walker Davis. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. Let me just double check that Ebony Rose Thompson didn't appear. I don't see her. I appreciate everyone's testimony. I sort of reacted to Ms. Jablow's testimony, and I was thinking I could sort of ignore it or I could deal with it. So Ms. Jablow, I kind of want to deal with it. I don't see what the harm is in having folks who are experienced with charter schools on the charter school board. You referred to it as a trade board, but I don't know that that's a harm as long as there is not an actual conflict of interest, such as regulating a school in which they have a financial interest.
The interest of public servants is not merely financial. It is philosophical to some degree. There's also interests in terms of preferences. And this is not to say that the charter board members should be ignorant or inexperienced, but simply to say that we agree it's a very important job. We agree that this agency funnels through it ultimately about $1 billion every year. And that suggests to me that not only should we not have volunteers overseeing that $1 billion every year, but that the scrutiny of the people with oversight should be inherently greater and not less. It's not, there are requirements in DC, I guess DC code for what constitutes a conflict of interest. What I'm asking for is for the council to hold a higher standard regarding our charter board, because it's insufficient in my estimation. As you know, I brought a complaint to the Board of Ethics and Government Accountability about Naomi Shelton's work at KIPP DC, and ultimately it was found to be perfectly fine because they understood that she worked for the foundation as opposed to the schools, even though both are in the same building with similar personnel and aligned with a similar purpose, which is to support KIPP DC. So I don't understand the splitting of the hairs on that. And ultimately, I think the charter board didn't either, because there was some movement afterward for Ms. Shelton to recuse herself from votes that would have basically potentially advantaged KIPP DC schools. And I appreciate that, but I feel like that's asking a lot of a volunteer board. And while I don't think that anybody here is a bad person, and I don't dispute their knowledge of the charter sector, I do find that regulatory capture is a big problem. And I would hope that the council would be as concerned about it as I am.
Well, you threw a few things in there, one of which was paid versus volunteer. But if we were to pay the board, and most boards we don't pay, zoning commission isn't paid, for example, then we would probably want to change the responsibilities of the board since they would be working full time. The only board I can think of that is paid is, it's not the only one, but that comes to mind is Real Property Tax Appeals Assessment. And they work full time. But you referenced a higher standard than just a financial conflict of interest. It's in the law, but I don't know that I agree that it's a higher standard. I want folks on the charter school board who are knowledgeable about charter schools, and that's going to include, not exclusively, but folks who have been charter school leaders, for example, or it could be folks who are advocates in that community because they're knowledgeable about it. And if there's an issue about there not being good, then that would be on the quality of the individual himself or herself. In other words, if the board got sloppy and didn't care really how any of the schools function, that would change things. I got 26 seconds left. You look like you want to respond to that.
I was just going to say, you have a school system called DCPS. It employs, I don't know how many thousands of teachers. It has, I don't know how many hundreds of administrators within it. You could have one of those appointed. There's no reason that it has to be a charter school person or a person with charter school experience. The point I'm making is that because that is the emphasis, it finally, and because of my experience, and certainly the experience of thousands of other people with charter schools in DC, it ultimately functions as a trade board. And most interestingly, if you listen to the charter board meeting last Monday, you could hear this going on with the discussion of Jim Sandman, who brought up how the notices of concern, the process, the mystery caller program, the process of that actually advantages schools because it gives them warning, gives them four times of warning. And then he said, but we don't want to disadvantage the schools that are doing it right. And Dr. Walker Davis responded and basically said, well, DCPS isn't doing this. And by the way, we don't want to, we're doing this at the risk of exposing ourselves. So there's an idea that we've got to protect ourselves in the charter sector. And the people who need to be protected are not the charter operators. It's the DC public, the taxpayers and the students and the families at those schools.
Thank you, Ms. Chadlow. I'm out of time. Councilmember Henderson, if you have questions. I think we lost Councilmember Henderson. I'm going to take Chairman's prerogative since she's not here. Ms. Walker Davis, do you want to jump in on that discussion and then we'll turn to the nominees?
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. As my testimony stated, I believe the nominees before you have a varied set of experiences and perspectives that they would be bringing to the board. We take seriously the role of our volunteer board members. And as I mentioned in the testimony, there are a number of actions that are going to be before this board, such as looking at our new accountability system, looking at our application process, that we could benefit from the expertise of former school leaders, former school LEA board members, folks who have both local and national perspectives around charter schools, folks who have been classroom teachers in and outside of traditional and public charter schools. So I believe that the diversity of the candidates that are before us, as well as the geographic representation of the areas of our city that they bring, is beneficial. And it is something that I think should be factored in as the council is reviewing the nominations before it. I would also just like to speak to the exchange that was referenced in our board meeting and just say that that was not the full context brought forward. Obviously, our meetings are public and one can look at the record around those meetings, but I want to be clear what my comments were in reference to, and that was absolutely taking efforts to improve our processes to ensure that there is the time and focus and attention and priority put on what decisions parents are making that puts students and families first. And my comments were in the context of we are going to prioritize that even at the risk of it making some of our schools or all of our schools not appear in the most favorable light if we are focused on what is needed for our students and families. So I just want to make sure that people understood the context by which I offered those statements, and anyone can check our record on our board meeting to see that exchange.
Thank you. That's going to conclude the testimony from you all. Thank you for the time and for your testimony. I'm going to turn to the nominees. So you all are being excused, and we will welcome in Leah Cruci, Nick Rodriguez, Shukura, Adomo Finian, and Chantel Wright. Ms. Cruci, you're going to be first.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Should I begin? All right, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the DC Council. My name is Leah Cruci, Chair of the DC Public Charter School Board. I'm honored to be here with you today to share my background and experience and to offer how I can continue to contribute to the education sector in the District of Columbia in this oversight role. I'd first like to thank Mayor Bowser for nominating me again as our city continues to address the extraordinarily challenging life and learning circumstances for our city's students and communities. I'd also like to thank you, Chairman, and your colleagues on City Council for your steadfast leadership amidst a period of uncertainty, anxiety, and for many, trauma through this pandemic. And lastly, I want to thank Director Walker and his team in the Mayor's Office for Talent and Appointments for their support through this nomination process. I visit with you today proud to be part of the District of Columbia's multi-century journey to make possible an equitable educational system for all of its residents. When I spoke before the council 3 years ago, I shared in my testimony that when my husband Jeb and I moved to DC, we chose to set down roots here in the district, in part because of what we knew of this city's approach to education governance and that its public school choice model is grounded in equitable student access to high quality public school options. From my past work in education practice and policy, I was attracted to DC's educational governance, which empowers the school and its educators to innovate operationally and programmatically, while being held accountable for student outcomes, devoting public dollars from infancy to adulthood for equitable access to a diverse array of learning and growth opportunities. We made the right choice then, and as our roots deepen here, now as parents of 2 school-aged children in 2 of Ward 6's public schools where we are proud residents, I still believe it today. I believe that systems and processes consistently oriented toward a child's success are those that not only work best, but also result in the best outcomes for those children and for society at large. Accordingly, my professional through line reflects a deep commitment to learning and to problem solving for greater impact and stronger outcomes. I began my career in the classroom as an educator and have since continued that work in roles in the public, private, and nonprofit sectors focused on improving how cities work and how policies are enacted. Currently, I work to support college students post-graduation into adulthood. Outside of work, I've served on not-for-profit boards and love to read, hike, travel by bike around DC, and depending on constraints due to life and COVID, traveling beyond our immediate region. Additionally, as a parent of a child of an out-of-boundary district public school and a child in a public charter school, I'm an active member of my local community, including at St. Mark's Episcopal Church of Capitol Hill. It's been a busy 3.5 years since my initial appointment to the DC Public Charter School Board in late 2018. Charged with the oversight function of our city's charter LEAs, I've looked at evidence of a school's performance at key moments: point of review and renewal, when considering amendments to their charter or an enrollment ceiling increase, and when considering applications for new schools. I take this service seriously, and I've not backed away from difficult decisions. Over these past 3 years, I've looked with particular interest to parent input and demand. With more than 60% of parents choosing a school other than their in-boundary neighborhood school, their demand for the right learning environment for their child matters. A parent's deliberate decision to enroll or move their child can be a powerful indicator of demand for a programmatic model in school culture. I've heard directly and observed that what also matters are accessibility to transportation, to a school nurse or mental health professional, outdoor space, as well as grade spans and feeder opportunities. Of all that this board and agency have accomplished over the past 3 years, I'm most proud to have been part of the selection of Dr. Michelle Walker Davis to lead the DCPSB into its next chapter. That experience reflected this board's comity and capacity to deliberate with care and precision, reviewing a national panel of qualified candidates for the role. Dr. Walker Davis, who brings expertise and knowledge of DC's history and operating landscape, in her first year shepherded a refreshed mission and vision. Every DC student receives a quality education that makes them feel valued and prepares them for lifelong learning, fulfilling careers, and economic security. She has a clear vision of a thoughtfully constructed and ambitious strategic roadmap and what will be a new accountability framework reflecting our 3 strategic priorities and grounded in racial equity: commitment to excellent schools, enduring partnerships across our city, and an effective organization. Looking forward, the District of Columbia's learners and educators face a generational challenge as we all adapt to the continued and lasting effects of this pandemic. I'm emboldened by the responsibility we collectively face to deliver on that. In accordance with the School Reform Act and grounded in our mission and vision, I will continue to look to school performance and parent input to inform my decisions, always striving to form a more complete picture of student performance across subgroups through consideration of both growth and proficiency, and with an orientation that values a school whose leadership and educators have gone above and beyond to deliver excellence and equity. Above all, I continue to be so grateful for this opportunity to serve my city and its students and families so that we, the adults, deliver on the promises we have made for a great public education. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Cruzy. Nick Rodriguez.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. Good afternoon, members of the council. I would like to thank you all for considering my nomination, and I would also like to thank Mayor Bowser for nominating me to the Public Charter School Board. My name is Nick Rodriguez. I'm a 15-year resident of the district and a parent of 3 children, 2 of whom are school age and are currently enrolled at one of our city's public charter schools. More specifically, I'm the parent of a child with special needs, and our family over the years has benefited from services provided by Early Stages, Strong Start, and DCPS over the years. I know firsthand through our special education system how the different sectors of our city's school system can work together to make a difference for children and families. And I'm also aware of the many ways that that collaboration could improve. In my day job, I'm the CEO of Delivery Associates, a small consulting firm that focuses exclusively on delivering results in the public and social sectors. Our mission is to help governments and their partners, both here in DC and across the country, to deliver better results through better implementation. I work across sectors, but my main focus has been serving school systems. This has given me the opportunity to do work in the education sector here in our city. At various points over the years, I've been a part of strategic planning and delivery partnerships with DCPS, with OSSI, with several individual charter LEAs, working with them to set clear goals for students and families and to establish systems for managing and monitoring implementation and delivery of those goals. Like many DC residents, I've lived here a long time, but I grew up somewhere else. I was born in Los Angeles to immigrant parents who greatly valued education. One of my earliest memories is being in elementary school and being told that we were moving out of the city and into the suburbs. When I asked why, my parents gave me an answer that many parents at the time were giving. They said, "We're moving out of the city so you can go to a better school." And for some reason, I never forgot that. I never forgot the seeming wrongness of it, even though it's a fact that we all know and live with today. The idea that parents who are able to move often do that, and they often choose where they live because they know that schooling is not equitable. It was the beginning of a set of questions that led me to the career I chose in educational equity and the broader work I do today in the field of public and social impact. And this speaks to the broader question of why I'm here today. That thing I thought then as a child is what I continue to believe today, that all parents should have access to excellent education in the city and in the specific place where they live. This is a goal that still eludes us, but it is my deeper why. It's the reason I'd like to serve on this board. I believe that my background is relevant for this position for a few reasons. First, my family represents the diversity of this city. We are Latinx and Hispanic, Asian Pacific Islander, and Black, and most of us are new Americans. Second, as a parent, I have a strong stake in this system's success. Through enrollment at DCPS, charter schools, Strong Start, and early stages, I've seen this system from multiple angles and hopefully have a perspective on what is strong about it and what could be improved. Third, I believe that my board service on 2 individual charter school boards at Capital City Public Charter School and Two Rivers Public Charter School is relevant, as it's given me a sense of how charter schools in the city are governed, of what they need from the PCSB, and what the PCSB and the broader education sector should be expecting from them. This work has included chairing a student performance committee that revamped the way a school worked with its outcome data, overseeing the development of multiple school strategic plans, supporting and listening to educator and parent feedback about the work of both schools, chairing a search committee to hire a new executive director for one of those schools, and refining and revising governance, accountability, and compensation structures for school leadership. Finally, my professional career makes me knowledgeable about DC's current education ecosystem, but not a partisan for any particular part of it. As I noted earlier, I've done work directly with DCPS, OSSE, and several charter schools. I've also worked in a volunteer capacity with multiple advocacy and parent groups here in the city. I've grown to deeply respect and appreciate the many perspectives and voices that leaders from all corners bring, while also recognizing that there's always more we can do to widen that circle. And where it's helpful, I can also bring perspective from outside the city and outside the sector because of where my work takes me. My hope is that these experiences would help me to bring a well-rounded perspective to the PCSB. I believe that the next 4 years will be an important time in the evolution of education in our city. We've all been living through the shared trauma of a pandemic for 2 years and are beginning to make progress on what it would look like to come out of it together. As we do that, our leaders, including the members of this council, members of the community, educators, families, and other stakeholders, are asking serious and profound questions about how our system needs to evolve to meet the needs of the current moment and of the more equitable future that we're all trying to build together. These questions are focused on a few core themes. They're about charter school accountability, decision-making, and growth, and the impact on the wider DC education ecosystem that this next iteration of the board will have to consider. Some of them will play out in decisions that the board will be considering this year, in particular, a revised accountability framework, and with that, revised criteria and processes for considering applications to open new schools. Those will be critical decision-making points that will set the tone for this term, and they will lead to other operational implications for the PCSB in the years to come, as the board begins to apply these new frameworks in its decision-making. The core task I see of the next 4 years is getting policy choices right around growth, equitable access, accountability, and supports this year in 2022, and then applying them in a way that is results-focused and equitable in 2023 and beyond. We will also have to manage and be ready for 3 trends that are coming during this time. The first is taking a hard look at performance data once we have access to it again later this year, after a 2-year lapse. I know we all expect some really tough news about the toll this pandemic has taken on student learning. It will be important to understand the shape of this news, to dig in for root causes, and to be ready to adjust our work accordingly in response. The second is, over time, getting more clarity about the impact of the pandemic on residential patterns, who is moving where and living where, and the impact that has for our student population and what families need from their schools. We'll need to keep a close eye on this data and be ready to respond to it. And the third trend is an opportunity to think better about cross-agency and cross-sector collaboration. Partnership is a pillar of the PCSB strategic plan, and it's one that I'm particularly interested in. The pandemic has rightly created an expectation that government will do this kind of cross-sector collaboration better, and I'd be interested in leaning in to support PCSB leadership and staff in driving this part of the work. So in conclusion, I've seen firsthand what every aspect of DC's education system can do to serve parents. I've seen a lot of good things, and I've also seen some things that could get better. And as a parent, I'm also deeply aware that the benefits our family has received are not yet evenly accessible across our whole city. As stakeholders in this system, we all want DC to be a place where residents from all backgrounds feel that they belong. When it comes to education, that means a place where the various parts of our school system, working in partnership, can provide equitable and high-quality educational experiences to kids in all places, meet families where they are, and improve results and outcomes for everyone. The PCSB has a vital role to play in contributing to this vision. If I have the opportunity to serve, I would hope to center that vision in the way I listen, the partnerships I build, and the decisions and the votes that I take. I thank you all for your consideration of my nomination, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Shakura Adomofinian?
You tried. That's good.
I'm trying.
You did. Good job.
I'm not there yet, but thank you. You're encouraging.
Yes. All right. Chairman Mendelson, thank you and the council for the opportunity to share my experience and how I intend to lend my knowledge, perspective, and skills to the DC Public Charter School Board. Before I begin my testimony, I would like to thank Mayor Bowser for nominating me to serve as a member of the District of Columbia Public Charter School Board. I am Shakura Adamafanian, and today I come before you as a devoted native Washingtonian, a daughter of Nigerian immigrants, a proud graduate of the District of Columbia Public School System, and my most important role, a mother. I grew up in Northeast DC, but currently reside in the beautiful Fort Stanton neighborhood in Ward 8. My passion for education and commitment to young people was born from my experiences growing up in the city. Going through DC public schools and participating in enrichment activities in almost every quadrant of the city, I was acutely aware that young people had varying experiences that shaped their future and perspectives of the world around them. I continued to explore this dynamic while attending college at the University of New Orleans. While studying political science, I also served as a volunteer tutor working with high school students who were behind and incredibly frustrated with their lack of academic achievement. The experience was heartbreaking, maddening, and yet strangely familiar. So many of my childhood friends often expressed the same sentiment. Unfortunately, some of my friends felt they couldn't achieve their personal goals. This realization caused me to become obsessed with the belief that every child deserves access to high-quality education and opportunities to choose the life that they want. I am clear that my access to various education options afforded me professional opportunities, experience, and exposure, which ultimately led me to a deeper understanding of and passion for education equity. Over the last decade, I've been fortunate to work in various education and nonprofit management roles. I started my career as a 5th grade math and science teacher and have since gained comprehensive experience in leadership, such as school leadership, program administration, and have served as the Senior Director of Partnerships and Infrastructure, developing organizational vision and strategy, managing multi-million-dollar budgets, building strategic relationships, and cultivating teams. I'm eager to focus my volunteer service on education in the district and to share my expertise supporting our schools. I have had the pleasure of working with and studying education ecosystems in cities across the country. I can say unequivocally that the DC education system is a strong example of what's possible when a strong charter authorizer centers students, families, and communities. I want to be a part of this work. In my current role as Executive Director of Reading Partners DC, I'm charged with overseeing programs serving 22 reading centers, leading fundraising efforts, and managing a team of 50 staffers. I have dedicated my life to working in high poverty and under-resourced communities in the fields of education, policy, community organizing, public engagement, training, and program development. I've learned over my career that no matter the type of school, family composition, or income, accountability and doing what's in the best interest of children is what communities want and need from system leaders. The District of Columbia charter school system has often been lifted as an example of an efficient and effective delivery system. In large part, I believe that this is due to the board and staff of the DC Public Charter School Board. If confirmed to serve as a DC Public Charter School Board member, I will hold the public charter school sector accountable to those they serve through the oversight and authority outlined in the School Reform Act. My sincere intention is to maintain the high bar of transparency, accountability, and innovation set by the members who have served before me. I look forward to engaging in collaborative efforts to see every sector of our education system improve for all children of the district. To close, I regard my day-to-day work at Reading Partners DC, along with the service on this board, as a commitment to my daughter, my former students, their children, my neighbors, and the city I so deeply love. I do this to ensure that every child receives the quality and equitable education they deserve, no matter what ward they reside in. I appreciate being considered for this responsibility and welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Adomo Fanayan. Getting closer. Chantel Wright.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Henderson, and the members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Chantel Wright. I'm honored to be before you today as a nominee for a mayoral appointment to the DC Public Charter School Board. I want to start by thanking Mayor Bowser for her consideration and by thanking each of you here today for your time and your service. To understand my nomination, you have to understand who I am. I am a proud Ward 8 Congress Heights, DC resident, attorney, educator, and founder and former charter school leader. Almost 30 years ago, I moved to this city to attend the George Washington University School of Law. I quickly knew that the district would be my forever home. Since I stopped practicing law nearly 20 years ago, I've dedicated my life to public education and fighting for children who look like me, children who are growing up in harsh environments like I did, and who rely daily on the hope instilled by caring adults in their schools. I was raised by a single mother who worked 2 jobs to keep a roof over our heads and food in our mouths. We didn't have much, but my mother knew the power a good education would provide and insisted school be a top priority in my life. Starting in 6th grade, I was part of the urban suburban program, which meant I rode 2 hours to school from the inner city to the suburbs and 2 hours from school each and every day. I'm proud of the education my mother fought for me to get, but no child should ever have to travel 4 hours round trip and leave their neighborhood to get a good education. That was the driving force behind why 14 years ago, I founded and had the absolute honor to lead Achievement Prep, a public charter school network intentionally and strategically located in Ward 8. It has been the greatest professional joy for me and an absolute privilege to serve the children and families of Washington, D.C. I've won many awards and received accolades over the years working in the district and with Achievement Prep, but my proudest moments by far have come from children defying the odds, breaking down barriers, and seizing the opportunities a great education brings. Even though I made the choice to step down from leading Achievement Prep last July, my commitment to children and families didn't change. Right now, I serve as a Chief Program Officer at Ed Navigator, a national nonprofit whose mission is to empower every family in the United States with access to affordable, high-quality, on-demand support along the path to a great education. And since my earliest days as a Washingtonian, I've been active and involved in my neighborhood and my city. I served with many of our key organizations like Miriam's Kitchen and Martha's Table. Mayor Bowser appointed me in 2017 to serve on her behalf on the United Planning Organization Board of Directors. And when I served as an appointed member of the Mayor's Education Cross-Sector Task Force, I brought the same passionate focus on equity and quality that I brought to Achievement Prep. Then and now, I want to make sure that DC continues to be the fastest growing district in the country, but in an equitable and comprehensive way that brings all stakeholders to the table. As a member of the DC Public Charter School Board, I want to make sure that nearly half of the DC public school students educated in charter schools are getting the quality education that makes them feel valued and prepares them for lifelong learning, fulfilling careers, and economic security. It would be an honor to serve my city, teachers, school leaders, staff, and students in this capacity. I believe it is crucial for members of this board to deeply understand education, school leadership, and the DC community landscape, and how the decisions we as leaders make impact children, families, DC residents, and the city as a whole. I have that deep knowledge and expertise. Members of this board must be informed, equipped, and prepared to do the important and sometimes difficult work in front of it. The deep inequities revealed by the pandemic, particularly in communities of color hit hardest by COVID-19, will ripple in our children's education and in other parts of their lives for years to come. This makes the work we do and the decisions we make even more critical than they already were before the pandemic. And as we work towards recovery, what we prioritize and what we value will change the trajectory for generations to come. This board has an obligation to make sure that the charter sector is an active participant in the city's recovery and that we are creating accountability standards and desired outcomes that will fully support, not hinder, schools from doing the work necessary for children to thrive. As a school founder, I've participated in the entire life cycle of a charter school, from completing the application, defending the same, to opening doors for the first time, to securing facilities, to undergoing charter reviews. I intimately understand the complex issues the DC Public Charter School Board faces, not just from theory, but as an actual practitioner. Unfortunately, both here and across the country, our children's education has been politicized. Too many decisions get made based on who screams the loudest or who has the most access. Not enough decisions get made by those who deeply understand our students' life experiences or who have the deep expertise necessary to make the right choices. That's why I want to join the board. I've always valued communities I've served and amplified the power their voices already hold, even when they didn't know or understand that power. Throughout my career, I've made intentional spaces for their voices to be heard through parents group, community forums, learning communities, and one-on-one conversations. I take pride in making transparent decisions, even when they're hard, knowing that what I do or don't do has a great impact on the families I serve. I want to see the DC Public Charter School Board be just as intentional at making sure those closest to whatever the problem is at hand are the most influential voices in whatever the solutions being considered are. I would be honored to serve in this new capacity as a DC Public Charter School Board member. I have the skills, the passion, and the desire to help build a truly equitable public education system. I bring a wealth of knowledge and direct experience. I'm a strategic problem solver with executive leadership, engagement, operations, and financial expertise. I'm also a lawyer. If confirmed, my commitment will be unwavering. My fight for equity and informed decision-making will be unapologetic, and my knowledge, experience, and willingness to learn and listen will be unmatched. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. You were doing well until you threw in that lawyer part.
Exactly, right?
Yeah, just joking, actually. 10 minutes. I think I want to start with a couple questions for Ms. Crucy. Can you tell us more about your experience thus far as the Charter School Board Chair? What have you learned during your tenure so far?
Thank you for the question, Chairman. It has been a busy few years. Not to restate the testimony, my first board meeting was in December 2018, and it was 7 hours long. I had watched through webcast the meeting prior, that had been the November meeting, and saw that board had come to a tie vote. There had been 6 members. And I learned right away that should I be confirmed and sworn in time for the next board meeting, I had a lot to learn. So I learned right from the start that and this was pre-pandemic, so it was operationally, it was not difficult for me to get out and visit as many schools as I could, particularly the schools that were on that agenda, and speak with as many people as possible. That was an important beginning for the tenure that I've had thus far. It's led to the opportunity to build relationships with many stakeholders in and around schools to understand their perspectives when it comes to high stakes decision making. About a year and a half into my board service, we created the school performance committee because we knew that we needed to rethink our accountability framework And the staff needed the ability to engage in kind of tactical discussion that was more than the kind of big decision-making that the board would need at major decision points. But how do we actually do this? And what we set into motion has been a thorough process of bringing in the perspective of parents, bringing in the perspective of school leaders, bringing in perspective of many other members of the education community. That has led to where we are now, which is in a few years into the rebuilding of a new accountability framework that will be piloted next year. That's been important work, and that got started before the pandemic. The pandemic impact on not having statewide annual testing for 2 years in a row was an important, though unexpected, opportunity to step back without the availability of data to really think about what do we mean by measures and what do we mean by waste, and what is the purpose of this document to inform our key decision making and its impact on the city. And of course, as you know, that we've gone through a period this past year of putting a pause on our application process that we look forward to begin again next year. The confluence of unexpected events around us and those that we have purposely set in motion around the rebuild of our strategic roadmap that I mentioned earlier and Dr. Walker Davis talked through has given us a really important opportunity to combine the perspective from all different community groups with major key decision points so that we can move forward together in the best way possible to empower school leaders, inform parents, and I'm eager to have a full board alongside with their wealth of experience and expertise so that as we actually implement it, it's done so with fidelity.
Ms. Cruzy, since you've been on the board, about how much time does it require per week or per month?
It's time consuming, not gonna lie. It's several hours a week, and it can vary week by week. Because this is, I think for each person that has come before us here, so deeply embedded in certainly my mission orientation in life, I don't count the minutes or hours. It feels quite natural to engage with neighbors and members of the community to get their perspective. So there's probably time that I'm not even counting that informs my board service. But in terms of committee service and board meetings, I'd say at least 5 hours a week, often much more.
So I'm going to ask this question of each of you. Do you have the time to serve with a new term?
I'll begin by answering first. Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes, Chairman.
Ms. Adomofinian.
Yes.
Ms. Wright.
I do, Chairman. Yes, thank you.
Ms. Cruzy, have you, in your service on the board, ever had a potential conflict of interest and had to recuse yourself?
I have elected to recuse myself. So in the first few years, I had founded and run a peer-funded, peer-advised political action committee that no longer exists. And when I did that, that was funded by people from all over the country. When I did that, I proactively recused myself on votes on LEAs where the school leader or a member of that school's board had contributed to the PAC within the past year. That applied in a few circumstances. That no longer exists. I now proactively recuse myself from voting on Two Rivers Public Charter School where one of my children attends.
So if there was a conflict of interest, you would recuse yourself?
That's right.
Mr. Rodriguez, same question.
Yes, so you'll note on the question, the answers to the questions I submitted, I had one thing that I disclosed, which was my organization has a relationship with Bloomberg Philanthropies, which in turn has a relationship with DOEE on work related to climate and sustainability. I disclosed out of an abundance of caution, but we don't believe it's a conflict of interest. And then to your other question, Mr. Chairman, if such things were to arise, the way I've been advised what I would do is disclose and then recuse with the advice of general counsel.
Ms. Adomo Fanian.
Yep. So I recognize that service on the PCSB is a position of public trust, and I want to make sure that there isn't any conflict of interest or perceived conflict of interest. And so with the spirit of transparency and ensuring that I have the full trust of the public, in this instance with reading partners, I will recuse myself from any issues concerning the schools that are within our portfolio. And at this time, there are 2 LEAs that we service.
So if there was an issue of a conflict of interest, you would recuse yourself?
Absolutely.
That's right.
Chairman, if there is an issue of conflict of interest, I would recuse myself.
Ms. Crucy, are you current in your taxes, both DC and federal?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Adomo Fanian?
Yes, I am.
Ms. Wright?
Yes, I am, Chairman.
The last question I'm going to ask is, I have about 2 minutes left. You might have heard the testimony from Ms. Jablow. I didn't quite agree with it, but I'd like to see what you all think about it. So she was critical that because you have connections with the charter schools, that you shouldn't be on the board. What's your view of the value or problem with having a connection with charters? Who do I want to start with? Ms. Crucy?
I'm happy to. First, I feel that as a voter and resident and parent in this city, it's important to have a perspective on how schools are run, and harkening back to the School Reform Act, which outlines the areas of expertise that board members are called to have in order to serve in this capacity. That includes experience in management, that includes knowledge of K-12 education policy, including in public charter schools. My work extends far beyond education policy of public charter schools, but includes education policy of K-12 across the country, city, state, and federal. And that has been instrumental in my understanding of how DC education policy works in practice and how we sit in context with other states in the country.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the broad principle is one that we all agree with, which is that it's really important to make sure there's a diversity of viewpoints on the board. You wouldn't want folks all coming from the same background. I disagree that sort of any connection to charters sort of should disqualify you. I think it's what you should ask is, what other connections do you have that you bring together to bring a good diverse perspective? So for example, for me, you've heard it in my testimony, sort of work throughout the system, different parts of it, DCPS, OSSI, and some charter schools, being a parent, being a resident. That's one set of perspectives, but it's not all of them, right? Like just like Ms. Crucy, sort of work in other sectors, work in sort of climate, healthcare, sustainability, think what do those bring to this, et cetera. But I think one of the best parts of this process has been getting to know my fellow nominees, all 3 of you, and just to see how different each of us are actually in different ways. And I think that itself is a kind of diversity that matters a great deal as well.
Thank you, Ms. Adomo Fanian.
Yep. So I agree with what my fellow nominees have shared. And I think, again, just to highlight what Mr. Rodriguez said, my experience is bigger than just my charter experience. I'm really bringing to the table the experience of our young people who are in the systems. I'm bringing to the experience of being a parent who is getting ready to enter the education space and all the things that come with it, and my management experience and all the sort. And so I do think it's important that folks have context who will serve on the board, but I also think it's important to look at the diverse experience that we're all bringing. Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Wright.
So I wholeheartedly disagree with Ms. Jablow. I think that you want informed people making decisions about the work that they are responsible for. And in no way do I think, either having been a charter school leader or having exposure to the system in some way changed me. I actually think it actually better prepares me to make the decisions and understand the impact. Also, as a DC resident, and particularly living east of the river, where people are dying daily, and a lot of that is due to opportunity and knowing what education can do, I think that perspective is invaluable. And I think that Ms. Jablow has limited all the members of the charter board, quite honestly, who've come ahead just because we've had some sort of connection or understanding. I would not want anyone leading me around work that they don't understand. So I actually think that makes us even more viable for the role and more prepared for the work that we need to do.
Thank you. I'm way over my time. Councilmember Henderson, do you have questions?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to all of the nominees. Some of you I know from, well, Leah, you've been on the board, so I know you, and then known some of you from your other work prior to. I just have a few questions. From a resume standpoint, I think all of your resumes speak for themselves. So my questions are more around philosophy, especially where, I don't want to say we're at a crossroads, but I do feel like the board is having a moment, especially after what happened with the pandemic, the choosing to not accept any new applications. And then, as Dr. Walker Davis has spoken about before, this transition in terms of a new strategic plan, a new framework, and then, sort of where the board looks going forward. Interestingly enough, there's an article in the Washington Post today that I feel like is related, I feel like, to this conversation that your nominations are before you. So some of y'all probably haven't seen it yet, but if you did, it's on middle schools in the district from Perry Stein. And I just want to read just a little piece and sort of get your responses to this, because I think when we talk about school planning, the board is most certainly part of that. But this is on middle schools. It says, quote, "In all, the more than 16,000 public middle school students in the nation's capital have 76 options. That's an average of about 210 students per middle school. There were around 70 schools for 13,000 students when Bowser took office, ... XYZ. By comparison, the average middle school size in neighboring Montgomery County is 900. In Fairfax, it's around 2,000 students per middle school." And there's a quote from Mary Filardo: "Can you have a good middle schools if you only have 200 students in them?" And so I think right now we're having this conversation around, it's a question of resources, it's a question of so many things, but for each of the nominees, do you feel like you have a responsibility to grow for growth's sake, or to truly evaluate where an application fits in the landscape and the needs? And should you take into account available resources or not in those decisions? I don't know who wants to go first. Let's start with Leah, because she's the renomination.
This is like our monthly board meetings where I'm trying to read eyeballs and see if somebody wants to go first. Thank you for the question, council member. It's nice to see you again. I think it's a really important question, and you're right. We are we as a city and those who have the privilege of having some influence over how things work in our city are at a moment. And I think the right question is grounded in meeting student and family needs and demand. What can be challenging with making decisions based on that is that there's competing information. And can we anticipate what parent demand is? We have some evidence of it in applications and wait lists for different kinds of programmatic models. Fellow nominee, Nick, you mentioned an interesting comment about observing moving patterns around the district. And I think that we have yet to see what the fallout or what are the effects of the pandemic on demographic changes and movement around the district, and also what families' desires for different programmatic models are going to be. So whether the right question is around the number of students in a school and how we make sure that the resources are available for that, that's something that has to be considered. We know that each year that we have had applicants come before us, we think about the ability for that school to be successful. And that's why over the years, the Public Charter School Board has created an increasingly rigorous process to anticipate if the school is proposed by that applicant, given the experience of the founding team, given their plan for their educational model, what the school day is going to look like, what kind of curriculum, is this school going to be successful? Because there's quite a few resources that are devoted to even reviewing that application, let alone what that will look like in 5 years and 10 years. So I think this is exactly the moment for us to be reevaluating. That's what we've done this past year. In concert with our strategic roadmap, we have used this year as an opportunity to strengthen our relationship working across city agencies as we deliver on a unique operational moment for schools who are trying to make sense of meeting student needs during the pandemic and through the pandemic. And now we are going to have some new information on what those, where learning opportunities and needs are once we get PARCC results later on this summer. And that may be a challenging moment for us as a city, but that's also going to help to inform and drive instructional planning for the future. And all of that should lead to a better understanding of what kind of, not just middle school, but what kind of learning opportunities and models we want for each different grade span, and for parents and where in the city, all of that going forward.
I don't know how much time the chairman is going to give me beyond this. So let me refine the question for the other 3 remaining nominees. To what extent do you feel like it's your responsibility as part of the board to not just evaluate the application on its merits around what the applicants or the founders have submitted, but versus what's the landscape overall of what's happening in the district, not just on the charter sector, but in DCPS as well? Nick?
Yeah, sure. Council member, it's good to see you and thank you. So I just want to come back to like what I think the principle is. I think when we think about like, how do we see our role as a board, first and foremost, like, giving every parent access to more, to high quality educational opportunities, both charter and traditional. In its first instance, that's making sure that our charter schools are excellent and making sure that in doing so, that as part of the ecosystem, we are, pushing DCPS to be better, DCPS is pushing charter schools to be better. And I think that that's like the principle at play. I think to your question about what does that mean in terms of when you consider an individual applicant, I would say, I think that thing one, as I understand it, is what does the law allow us to do, right? What authority do we have and how are we supposed to consider the application? Once you've gotten past that, I do think that it is worth taking a holistic view because the school has to work in terms of how it serves its kids and also what the community thinks and also what the nature of demand looks like. So looking at enrollment patterns, I think that matters. I will note, I did look up some numbers on this, council member, just in thinking about the issue. So thing one would be, I think you said 76 options, 200 kids per school. What that leaves out is that in Montgomery County, that family has exactly one option for a middle school. And I do think that like that ought to be weighed in the scales. I do think that a school with 200, I mean, obviously there were people who used to say 200 is actually much better than 900. I think research is disputed on that, but there's a way to make that work, as you know, council member, right? Yeah. That being said, there is such a thing as it getting so much that there are too many schools. I get that that's a possibility. Because the last thing I'll note is that I also looked up enrollment trends. And as it turns out, I mean, this may be about to change, but in every year of the last 10 years, enrollment for both DCPS and the charter school sector as a whole has increased, neither at the expense of the other. Now, again, we don't know what the next decade portends and holds, but I think you can see why there would be an expansion of seats during that time. The last thing I'll note is to Chair Crucey's point, is that we had in that same 10 years, the PCSB opened, I think it's 26 new schools and closed 24. So the data show that we're actually taking that responsibility seriously and will continue to do that.
I think I'm next. Thank you, for that question, Councilmember Henderson. Good to see you again as well. In an effort not to repeat everything that the two folks before me stated, which I agree with, I will say this in terms of the original question in terms of philosophy. One of the things that is true for me is the importance of centering the needs of students and communities and really thinking about equity as a driver for decision-making. And I say this because one, the way in which I choose to lead is I like to be informed and I want to understand deeply the context before I give any statement or any perspective. So I want to acknowledge that. But two, that's really what drives me, is what is in the best interest of young people, what is in the best interest of the communities that we have the great privilege of partnering with and bringing these options to, and what's equitable beyond all that. So that's how I see that.
That's right.
So one of the things that happens when you go last is everybody has said everything. So I will just answer the question directly, right? I think for me, you asked the question very bluntly, do we think growth for the growth's sake or thinking about the larger city? I don't think there's anything for sake, right? Because I don't think that exists, particularly in this day and age. I recognize that this appointment is, yes, to serve the charter sector, but it's also to think about the city as a whole. And I think the charters and DCPS both need to come together, and we need a comprehensive plan for education in the district. And that should not weigh heavier on one sector versus the other. Like Shakura said, I want to make sure that we're making informed decisions. I want to make sure that we are valuing and respecting the laws that are in place. And we're thinking about what happens. We are, a 10-mile radius city, and we do need to think about what that looks like and what that means. And we need to all kind of play well in the sandbox, but I would need to make informed decisions. And I think part of the way I would do it is with the philosophy of understanding who we are as a city, how big we are as a city, what this looks like. You talked about resource constraint, et cetera. And then first and foremost, it always has to be equity. Understanding that equity doesn't necessarily mean more. And so for me, that would be how I would go into this work.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman?
I'm going to conclude the hearing unless you have, I don't have any more questions.
Oh, I do. I mean, I could go on, but give me a time frame and then I'll stick to that.
How about another 4 minutes?
That'd be great. Thank you. Okay, so I wanted to ask too a question around where you believe the board's role is around communications and outreach beyond just approval and disapproval, right? So it seems like forever ago, but a little while ago, I used I didn't even do that. All I had to do was just log on to YouTube. I watched a hearing. I watched a board meeting because I was curious around the discussion around some of the new schools that were being considered. And to be honest, it had been a while since I had, but was very much interested in the dialogue amongst the members in terms of their engagement with folks in the community who had comments, right? And I think there are maybe some board members who approach and say, I'm here for the meeting. I got my binder, I reviewed, I'm gonna ask the questions, that part, but they don't necessarily feel like they have a quote unquote ambassador role outside in the community to sort of talk about issues and things. How do you view the comms outreach piece of being a board member in this regard? Ms. Wright, we'll start with you since you went last time.
Yeah, for me, that's very important, Councilmember Henderson. I think that one of our obligations is a very tricky balance, probably the same one that you all face as council, of how do you hear from the community and still move things forward at the same time. I believe wholeheartedly that the folks who are most impacted by the problem need to be part of the solution, and their voice needs to be heard. And it is our job to amplify that and think about it more than just hearing a situation or hearing what someone says and then kind of keep moving. I think it is our job to, at the meeting, but then I think there's before the meeting, there's the after the meeting. And I think we play a role in making sure that those voices are elevated and they're heard. I think that's also the only way to continue to establish and value public trust, that folks know that they're being heard, not necessarily that we always agree, but that there is a concerted effort to make sure we're connecting. We heard you, and with the hearing, this is still our decision, or with the hearing, with hearing you, it has informed our decision. And I think we have obligation to do that, to connect that for the community.
Okay. Sure.
Yep. So I come to this work with sort of one of my foundational principles being meaningful community engagement. I understand what it's like to have someone not hear you who's making a decision about your life. And so I do think it's critically important that as a board member, I make myself available to listen and to hear and to ask meaningful questions. And similar to what Ms. Wright stated, at the end of the day, I may not agree completely, and I may not make a decision that's completely aligned with what you are requesting, but you will feel heard meaningfully, like for real. You will feel like I listened to you. You will feel like I learned your perspective, and that it informed whatever decision that I made. So.
Okay. All right, you two, I only have 42 seconds.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. Shakura said something about how the system's a national model. And I agree with that as an expert. It's actually a gift what we have in our city in terms of the system of schools. But having a reputation nationally means nothing if the residents don't actually support the system, right? Our legitimacy comes from the results, but also from the way we show up. And I think that as a PCSB member, I would feel that is a really, really solemn responsibility and really, really important, because I want to be a part of preserving the coalition and consensus that gives us the system that we have today. I think that's really important. And I think about, like, there are ways large and small for us to do it. I think about, Chairman, how you said I can ignore testimony or I can deal with it. So the more we deal with or listen to testimony, however positive, negative, supporting, opposing, us learning how to do that, and to do that in the formal settings and also in the meetings before the meetings after the meetings, and all of that other good stuff as well.
The one item I'll add, and I want to lift up everything the fellow nominees have said. Among what I've learned over the last couple of years is that there is real power as well in asking questions. And I see as I enter, should I have the opportunity to serve another term, is increasing the precision and thoughtfulness with which I ask questions that is informed by all of the public comment I have heard already, so that I can go back and ask more questions, not just in the context of a meeting, but when I have the opportunity to go visit a school, and in any other opportunity I'm engaging with folks in DC who care deeply about our public education system.
Thank you. I'm over my time, out of time. I appreciate all of your responses. I can do this all day. I got questions, but I know that Chairman, look, his face was like, wait. I look forward to talking with you guys in the in-between. I'm not sure when, Mr. Chairman, when are you planning to bring these nominations up for a vote, if you've made a decision?
The record closes on May 2nd, so they could come up on May 3rd.
Okay. All right. Well, if I have any follow-ups, I'll reach out to you all individually. But thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. I have no further questions for any of you. If any of you want to supplement your comments, the record is open until 5 o'clock on May 2nd. Thank you, each of you, for your willingness to serve. Ms. Creasy, thank you for your service so far. That's going to conclude this hearing. We have another hearing to follow. And that hearing is on, why do I not have it right in front of me? Nominees to the State Athletics Commission. The time, again, thank you to everybody. The time is 4:46 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I am calling to order this hearing. It is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chairman of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Monday, April 25th, 2022. The time is 4:47 in the afternoon. The subject of this hearing is consideration of 3 nominations by the mayor to the District of Columbia State Athletics Commission. PR 24-648, which would appoint Lauren Orzechowski as a member of the board. PR 24-649, which would appoint Marcus Turner to the commission, and PR 24-650, which would appoint Rosalind Overstreet Gonzalez to the commission. The DC State Athletics Commission oversees the state interscholastic athletics programs and competitions in the district through the oversight of the DC State Athletics Association. The purpose of this hearing is to receive testimony from government and public witnesses as to the fitness of these nominees for appointment and reappointment to the commission. The record in this matter will be open until 5 p.m. on May 2nd, 2022. I don't think I see any other council members present. Why don't we begin with Ms. Orzechowski? Did I pronounce that correctly?
Yes, Orzechowski.
Orzechowski. Okay, I didn't pronounce it quite right. Why don't you proceed? I have your statement, and then I'll turn to your colleagues, Mr. Turner and Ms. Gonzalez.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Lauren Orzechowski. I'm honored to be here before you today as a nominee of the mayoral appointment to the DC State Athletics Commission. I want to thank Mayor Bowser for nominating me to serve on the commission and each of you here today for your time and consideration. Growing up, I was a student athlete and strongly believed that if I weren't for school sports, that I would not have had the positive experience in middle and high school that I did. For the past 18 years, I've been an educator in the District of Columbia and have seen the positive influences school sports can have on students, as well as the sometimes negative impacts when students do not have the option to participate. After completing my undergraduate degree at St. Mary's College of Maryland, I continued to American University, where I received a Master's of Arts in Teaching for Secondary English. After graduation, I began as a 6th and 7th grade teacher at DCPS at Lincoln Middle School. At Lincoln Middle School, I was part of the aftercare program where I encountered DC scorers. Having been a student athlete myself, I was excited that students would have the opportunity to play a sport that they love in a structured and supported way. I had the opportunity to coach soccer and riding through DC scores, which was a wonderful experience. As the program began, I immediately saw a positive impact on students. After 5 years, I transitioned to DC Prep, where I've worked for 12 years. At this school, unfortunately, the opportunity for students to participate in sports has been inconsistent. During my time as an educator, I've raised my own children who are currently in 4th and 6th grade. The 4th grader is at DCPS school, Powell Elementary, and my 6th grader is at Basis DC, and both are members of their school's track and cross country teams. I cannot imagine a world without school sports for myself or for my own sons, and want to ensure that sports are an option for all DC students, regardless of where they go to school. I've always been passionate about participating in school sports. School sports not only help students feel connected to their school, but to their community, and encourage leadership and academic achievement. This has been the case not only for the students I have taught, but for my own sons as well. One of my sons transitioned to DCPS at the beginning of his 3rd grade year, and though he was happy with his new school, he did not feel strongly connected to the community. At the beginning of his 4th grade year, he joined the school cross-country team, and his attitude and demeanor towards school changed in a very positive way. He felt as he was part of something, and he was an important member of his school community. When my husband and I began navigating DC middle schools for our sons, the opportunity to participate in the school sports was something that we both looked for when making our decisions. I've not only had a view of the positive influence of sports as a parent, but also as a middle school teacher. I have seen how sports engage students and change their outlook on school. After DC scores started at Lincoln Middle School, students began to feel pride in their school. They knew that their coaches believed in them and had high expectations, not only on the field, but in the classroom as well. I saw students shine on the soccer field who were previously chronically absent, in trouble, or under-engaged in the classroom. This built a confidence and leadership that could also be seen in other areas of their lives. Student athletes realize that they are not only accountable to themselves, but as a team as well, causing them to be more invested in school. In my experience at schools with limited athletic opportunities, when sports opportunities have been available, disciplinary consequences have gone down and students' grades have gone up. The student athletes want to ensure that they can participate in all practices and games by being eligible. Sports also build school pride as well as camaraderie between peers across grade levels. I've wondered throughout this tough year recovering from the pandemic how our students could have been positively impacted if they'd been offered the opportunity to play sports. It is for these reasons that I'm interested in volunteering my time for the commission so that all students can have access to school sports. With my background as a longtime educator in the District of Columbia in both charter and DCPS schools, and as a parent of 2 sons involved in youth sports in the public school system, I have a unique perspective on the importance and impact of sports in schools, which I believe makes me a strong nominee. I would like to continue the momentum of the commission in serving all schools and all students to ensure they can participate safely in a supervised and supported way that will foster student leadership and encourage academic progress. Thank you for your consideration. I am available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Warsachowski. Mr. Turner.
Hello, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Marcus Turner. I'm a native Washingtonian and lifetime DC resident. I grew up in Ward 5 and graduated from both DC public schools and Howard University. My wife and I are currently raising our 3 children in Ward 7. I'm excited for the opportunity to contribute to the DC State Athletic Commission. My career working for a private federal contractor requires being dependable and the person that gets things done. I am accustomed to collaborating with multiple departments and working with differing perspectives to achieve common objectives. I have become a facilitator, influencer, and decision maker on key matters. These are the types of skills, amongst others, that I look to bring to the commission. So how did I end up here? As a youngster growing up, I participated in athletics, including tennis, basketball, and football. And now as a parent, I have seen how athletics encourages my daughter to try new things, overcome their fears, and learn important skills such as time management and self-motivation. There is no doubt in my mind that athletics are valuable to our students, providing new experiences and opportunities, and helping them understand that hard work is an important factor in achieving goals. Athletic programs promote physical activity, encourage healthy decision-making, keep our children occupied, and teach skills that are directly relevant to academics, including, but not limited to, teamwork, motivation, effective communication, accountability, dedication, and leadership. I think we can all agree that learning to work with others toward a common goal is crucial for our children's growth and is a vital skill as they enter adulthood and begin their careers. I also believe in the importance of serving one's community. I previously served in the ANC 7B01 Commission, vacating my seat only because my family moves to our current neighborhood. I am committed to attending and participating in meetings, engaging with stakeholders, listening to concerns, and providing feedback after weighing options. In conclusion, thank you again for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to answering any questions from the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Ms. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, members of the committee, Chairman Mendelson and Councilmember Henderson. Thank you for this opportunity to come before you. My name is Rosalind Overstreet Gonzalez, and it is my privilege to appear before you today as the current chair of the DC State Athletics Commission and a candidate for reappointment to the commission. I want to begin by thanking Mayor Muriel Bowser for the appointment and you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing. It has been my honor to serve, and if confirmed, I will continue to dedicate the time and attention necessary to be an engaged member and continue the important work of the commission. Though I have shared information about my background previously, I will briefly restate my qualifications and highlight the path of my many footprints here in the District of Columbia and my continued interest in serving as a member of the commission. I am a longtime resident of Washington, D.C., having lived here for over 30 years. I attended Howard University and later the DC School of Law, now the David A. Clark School of Law at the University of the District of Columbia. Professionally, I am a proud public defender, serving as a staff attorney in the parole division of the Public Defender Service for the District of Columbia. I have been with the agency for over 27 years and have represented hundreds of indigent persons in the District of Columbia. I have been married for 31 years and am the mother of 2 adult sons, both of whom attended DC public schools and participated in athletics. I have been a baseball coach and fan, as well as a basketball and football fan mom. My sons have become DC homeowners and are also engaged in their communities. My eldest son was a member of the Cardozo Education Campus's baseball coaching staff when he returned home from college several years ago. We are a family who strives to model community engagement, support, and investment. Since I was first appointed to and confirmed as a member of the commission in 2017, a lot has happened. My fellow commissioners elected me as chair of the State Athletics Commission. I undertook the role with pride and humility, not taking for granted the importance of that role. With the support of my fellow commissioners, we met regularly, listened to the input of community members, and worked very hard to bring uniformity and a level playing field to high school athletics in the District of Columbia. I have chaired dozens of athletics appeal panel hearings, created intercommission guidance for the athletic appeals hearings, and rendered final decisions for petitioners and respondents. As chair, I regularly interact with the staff of the DC State Athletic Association to maintain ongoing communication and synergy. One of the most shocking events that occurred during my tenure was the passing of our beloved Clark Ray, the first executive director of the DC State Athletics Association in 2021. Clark is sorely missed, and I think I speak for all of us when I say that we are grateful for his leadership and his role in making both the Athletic Association and the Athletics Commission what they are today. I believe that I remain well suited to continue to lead and serve on this commission. Like everyone, I was a witness to the ways that the global pandemic affected all of our lives, but most importantly, the lives of students and student athletes. The DC State Athletics Association and the DC State Athletics Commission were both careful stewards and staunch advocates for students as we created athletic solutions to support students and work through the pandemic. One of my goals for the commission is a recovery or a reboot, which will allow us to come together to celebrate our individual and collective contributions, generate new ideas, and become more active in our roles. This is an exciting time for the commission. As we begin to rediscover the pre-pandemic world, there is still much to do. I relish the opportunity to continue the work that we started on behalf of the District of Columbia and our most deserving student athletes and their families. As the commission moves forward, I will strive to help us become the gold standard and a leader among athletic associations and commissions across the country. We owe it to our student athletes. This, Mr. Chairman and Council Member Henderson and members of the committee, is a challenge that I wholeheartedly accept. It is an honor and a privilege to be considered, and for that I am very grateful. Thank you very much. This concludes my testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Thank you, each of you. I have a few questions. I think, Ms. Gonzalez, you answered this question in your testimony. How do you become chair of the commission?
I was elected by my peers. The other 8 members who were on the commission at its inception in 2017 unanimously voted for me, and I became the chair.
And then is that an annual reappointment or?
It has not been. I have remained chair since I began in 2017.
Okay. How much time do you spend on the commission, Ms. Gonzalez?
Initially, I spent quite a bit of time. There were just sort of things that had to be worked out. But we have really become very, very good at what we've been doing, because much of our work comes as a result of waivers that are submitted by student athletes to the DC State Athletics Association. They come our way if they're not able to be resolved by the association. So I can honestly say that this year, since January, we have not had any waivers. So the only time that I've spent with the, as a commissioner, as chair, is my monthly meetings with the DC State Athletics Association, which we call a check-in meeting, just to see where everybody is in the process.
And all the commissioners participate in these check-in meetings?
No, that is just myself and Director Owens.
So what about the commission? How often does it meet?
The commission meets quarterly, but during the interim, I have, because I believe that commissioners have to know each other, invited them all out for coffee, and I speak to them, between meetings to ask them about their vision, their goals, things that we'd like to see done as a commission. And of course, the pandemic gave us a timeout, and we have not been able to bring any of those things to fruition. But that is one of my goals, going forward as a member of the commission or as chair. I'm certainly not, in any way saying that I can only serve in that role.
So knowing how much time you've put in, if confirmed by the council and reappointed by the mayor, you have the time to serve?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Orzechowski. So meetings quarterly, could be more often, depending if there's a lot of business. Do you have the time to serve?
I do, sir.
Mr. Turner, do you have the time to serve?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Gonzalez, are there ever occasion when there's a conflict of interest?
There has been one instance during the course of my tenure, and it involved an athlete at a DC public high school, and I recused myself. I knew, immediately as soon as I learned the school in question. And so I don't know any of the facts that had to do with that case. And so 3 of my fellow commissioners became panelists for that athletic appeals panel. And honestly, I don't even know the outcome, because once the decision is reached, it's then transmitted to the State Athletics Association, and they provide the response to the petitioner.
So if there was a conflict of interest, what you would do is?
Immediately identify that to my fellow panelists, to the State Athletics Association. I generally loop in their general counsel, Mr. Martinez, and I step back, because that's what I should do. As an attorney, I have to avoid even the appearance of impropriety. And I believe very strongly of that this is a commission that there has to be public trust. So I make sure that I never do anything to tarnish that reputation.
Ms. Orzechowski, if there was a possible conflict of interest, what would you do?
I would recuse myself from that situation.
And Mr. Turner?
Yes, I will recuse myself and ask for the advice of counsel of the association.
My third question, I ask this of every nominee who comes before us. Are you current in your taxes to the district and the federal government, any other financial obligations to the district? Ms. Gonzalez?
Yes, indeed, I am.
Ms. Orzechowski?
Orzechowski, yes, sir.
Mr. Turner?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Gonzalez, what you might have touched on this, but I want to ask you, what challenge has the commission faced in the last year, or actually more importantly, what challenges do you think are currently before the commission?
I'm not sure that I would actually call them challenges at this point. I think there's just needs to be an opportunity for the commission to work together as a unit, because as you know, there is a member of the public schools, the charter schools, a member of the DC Public Schools Athletic Association, and we just haven't had an opportunity to just sort of hear from each other. Our meetings generally last about 45 minutes, and that's a long meeting. So I think communication sort of drives successful organizations, and I'd really just love to see us have the opportunity to get to know each other as members of the commission, so that we can bring all together our ideas, our thoughts, and make sure that there are no challenges that or make sure that there are no things that become challenges because we've addressed them head on.
Give me just a I'm just checking with staff to see if I have any other questions for you. I do not. I mentioned before the record will close at 5 p.m. on May 2nd. The purpose of the hearing, in my view, is to give the public an opportunity in case you have any concerns. And also for me to hear from you all. I've had very little interaction with the Athletics Association or Commission, so this is good for me. And if you want to supplement your testimony, you have 2 weeks to get us something. So I said the record will close. I want to thank you. And I want to also thank you for your patience, because we had optimistically hoped that this hearing would have started about 3 hours ago. We had 40 witnesses at the first hearing, and this is the third of 4 hearings we're having today. So thank you for your patience. Ms. Gonzalez, thank you for your service. And all of you, thank you for your willingness to serve.
Thank you.
With that, I'm going to conclude this hearing, and then I will start up the final hearing.